Chapter 435. Vines suddenly emerged from the yellow sand in 4 different places at the same time, waiting for Mu Chenghong to walk right into their trap. According to Mu Yu's calculations, Mu Chenghong was most likely to appear in these 4 places. As long as Mu Chenghong appeared in any of these 4 places, he would be firmly entangled by the vines and unable to break free. Is that so? Junior brother is so confident. The corner of Mu Chenghong's mouth curled up. He did not appear in any of the 4 places Mu Yu predicted, but directly stopped. His figure stopped, and the vines that had been chasing him just happened to poke their heads out and entangle Mu Chenghong. Senior brother, why did you stop running? Mu Yu raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he soon understood why Mu Chenghong stopped running. The vines tightly entangled Mu Chenghong's body, and then Mu Chenghong turned into a handful of yellow sand and scattered. So the senior brother I've been chasing for a long time was just an illusion. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Amazing. Another illusion array was set up within the illusion array, and I didn't even notice it until now. Mu Yu was deeply impressed by the profoundness of array techniques. Mu Yu also felt inferior to Mu Chenghong's attainments in array techniques. Although he had an extremely strong understanding of array techniques, he still had not completely come into contact with many of the mysteries of array techniques. Especially the innate array techniques of the array faction, which were so complex and powerful. Mu Yu had only learned it for a few months, and still only had a glimpse of the big picture. However, Mu Yu was not discouraged. The truly powerful array techniques were in Deadwood Daddy's Shen array. That was the array technique that Mu Yu needed to learn. Junior brother is just lacking in experience. If junior brother had learned array techniques for so long like senior brother, you would have realized that you can set up more than one array within an array. Mu Chenghong's voice still echoed in the yellow sand, but he still could not determine where his figure was. You can set up more than one array within an array. Mu Yu looked at the boundless sand and dust. He looked at the sand python and his dragon vine in the storm. He looked at his oasis and fell into deep thought. In a battle of array skills, he could invade his oasis illusory array into his opponent's yellow sand illusory array. In a sense, this was an array within an array. However, this array within an array was controlled by 2 people. Whoever had the stronger array skills would have the upper hand. However, embedding another illusion array into one's own illusion array was an entirely different concept. For example, when Mu Yu was dealing with Mo Ziming, he used the green swallow sound seizing array and the deafening thunder snake swift shadow array at the same time. However, these were not arrays within arrays, but 2 independent array techniques. The so-called formation within a formation was like the devastating thunder snake swift shadow formation, which had the effect of the Qingyang sound stealing formation. Only one formation technique was needed to unleash the power of the other formations. Mu Chenghong had performed the array within an array to the extreme. Mu Yu understood that in this battle of array skills, it was impossible to find Mu Chenghong's figure in Mu Chenghong's array within an array using normal methods. However, array skills were not perfect. They also had weaknesses. However, where was the weakness of Mu Chenghong's array within an array? After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yu was still controlling the dragon vine to confront the sand python. He did not blindly search for Mu Chenghong's location in the yellow sand. Instead, he kept thinking. Mu Chenghong did not make a sound. It seemed that he did not want to disturb Mu Yu's thoughts. In Mu Yu's perception, Mu Chenghong's figure still existed in the 3 positions of the doppelganger camouflage. However, he always felt that there was something missing around him. What was it? Mu Yu grabbed a handful of yellow sand. The yellow sand slipped from his fingertips and then drifted away with the wind. He looked at the flying yellow sand and suddenly raised his head to look at the wild sand python in the distance. Suddenly, his mind gradually became clear. So that was it. The direction of the flying sand, the direction of the storm, the direction of the snowflakes in the world of ice and snow, the direction of the fluttering of their clothes at the peak of Array Peak and the direction of the breeze in the forest where Master Lu stayed, they were all the same. Mu Yu looked at everything in shock. He had never expected an illusion array to be so realistic. This was the true interpretation of the sky-stealing sun-swapping array technique that Master Lu had taught him. Mu Chenghong had actually brought the illusion array to such a godly level. So, I was deceived by senior brother right from the start. Mu Yu was amazed at Mu Chenghong's timing and ability to cast the illusion array. Even he did not notice anything wrong from the start. It was truly terrifying. I know how to break your array skills now. Senior brother, you're truly amazing. Mu Yu closed his eyes. The spirit energy in his body began to circulate rapidly before gathering in his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. His eyes shone with green array patterns. The yellow sand illusion array around them had long disappeared. They were once again sitting on the highest peak of array sect, looking down at the entire sect. Mu Chenghong was still sitting on that rock as though he had not moved at all. Mu Yu was also sitting on the same spot. The distance between the two of them was only 2 meters. Junior brother, you've noticed it? Mu Chenghong smiled gently. He was still looking at array sect in the distance as he opened his arms, wanting to embrace the entire sect. Mu Yu nodded in admiration. Senior brother, what a brilliant array technique. I've learned a lot. Mu Chenghong had not moved from the start. Mu Yu watched as he hid in the yellow sand and moved continuously in the yellow sand formation. Mu Yu was also searching for him in the yellow sand formation. However, in reality, Mu Chenghong had been sitting on the same spot the entire time. Right from the start, Mu Chenghong had brought Mu Yu into the illusion array. Everything was an illusion for Mu Yu. He had long fallen into Mu Chenghong's illusion array unknowingly. Is that all? Mu Chenghong asked. Of course not. I'm afraid we're not at the highest peak of array sect. Mu Yu said in admiration. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was already in mid-air. Beside him, Mu Chenghong's clothes were fluttering in the wind. It was Mu Yu being brought to the highest peak of array sect by Mu Chenghong, and we're not flying in the air. Mu Yu closed his eyes again. When he opened them, he had already returned to Master Lu's residence. Master Lu and Sichu Yangtian were still there, tit for tat. Mu Chenghong stood beside Sichu Yangtian and was reaching out to shake Mu Yu's hand. Everything Mu Yu had just experienced was an illusion. The moment Mu Chenghong's hand touched Mu Yu was unknowingly brought into his illusion array. How Mu Yu and Mu Chenghong left Master Lu's residence, how Mu Chenghong took him to the highest peak, how Mu Chenghong took him to look down on the entire array sect, how Mu Chenghong said that he wanted to test Mu Yu's array skills, and how Mu Yu chased after him in the yellow sand formation, all of this was fake. Mu Chenghong's illusion array acted on Mu Yu. It seemed that 2 hours had passed, but in fact, only a blink of an eye had passed. What? This kid broke your illusion array so quickly? Sichu Yangtian tilted his head and asked. He frowned slightly and his face was full of doubt. Mu Chenghong smiled gently and said, Junior brother Feng Mu is indeed a genius. Senior brother's array skills can't do anything to you. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Mu Yu's array skills had exceeded his imagination. He could perform his array skills with such a simple touch. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was no sudden surge of array patterns, and there was no abnormality. Mu Yu's eyes were blinded. But I think we've already met in the illusion array. Mu Chenghong had no intention of provoking Mu Yu. His expression and behavior were very easygoing, without the slightest hostility. Master Lu knew that Mu Chenghong had already used his array skills on Mu Yu, so he was too lazy to care about anything. He turned to look at Sichu Yangtian and said, You're always suspicious. What do you want? Humph. Sichu Yangtian's gloomy face remained unchanged. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Mu Chenghong bowed slightly to Master Lu, nodded to Mu Yu, and left. This was a very strange feeling. In the eyes of Sichu Yangtian and Master Lu, Mu Chenghong came here and contacted Mu Yu for less than a moment. The two of them only shook hands a little and said a few words. If it weren't for the conversation between Mu Yu and Mu Chenghong in the illusion array, it would be impossible for him to understand Mu Chenghong in just a moment. Mu Yu and Master Lu asked for a half-hour leave and followed Mu Chenghong out. On the way, they stopped Mu Chenghong. Sichu Yangtian seemed to dislike Mu Yu very much, so he left on his own. Senior martial brother, I'm afraid you still have something to say to me, don't you? Mu Yu's eyes were clear and his expression was indifferent. Mu Chenghong gave him a very extraordinary feeling. His array skills were silent and superb, and he could reach the point where he could do as he pleased. However, he always looked preoccupied. He had been beating around the bush when he spoke to Mu Yu, like an artistic youth who was worried about the country and the people. From time to time, he would pop out a few sentimental words. Junior martial brothers' talent is indeed not inferior to senior martial brothers. Mu Chenghong looked at Mu Yu's gaze and then seemed to think of something. He shook his head slightly. What junior martial brother lacks now is experience and cultivation. In time, you will definitely surpass senior martial brother. At that time, I hope we won't really stand on opposite sides. Mu Chenghong's gaze was meaningful. Today, they were only competing in the simplest illusion array. They relied on a battle of wits and courage, not a collision of cultivation. The true power of the array skills was not fully exerted. Senior martial brother, why do you think we'll stand on opposite sides? Mu Yu looked at Mu Chenghong. He did not like Mu Chenghong at first and thought that Mu Chenghong was only here to provoke Mu Yu. However, Mu Chenghong did not have any malice toward Mu Yu. It was as if he was a person who had been lonely for a long time and suddenly found a confidant. The words he said to Mu Yu always carried some indescribable meaning. Yes. Why would we stand on opposite sides? Mu Chenghong looked at the fallen leaves in the forest and caught a withered yellow leaf. A lonely expression appeared on his face, but after a while, infinite hope appeared in his heart. He said, "The formation sect is a very good place. It is worthy of our protection." The fallen leaves swirled in the wind and rippled in the forest, as if they were reluctant to part with something. Mu Chenghong took one last look at Mu Yu and said, "I always feel that we'll have a real contest about array skills. I hope we can both make the right choice. I also hope that your path is right." My path. Mu Chenghong's figure had already disappeared into the forest. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly found it funny. "Do you think I'm a spy from the talisman sect?" Mu Chenghong seemed to be warning Mu Yu about something, but he also seemed to be very happy to see Mu Yu's talent in array skills. He acknowledged Mu Yu's talent and appreciated each other. Mu Yu could not be sure if there would really be such a contest between the two of them, but he was also looking forward to it. Chapter 436. It had already been 2 months since the ascension of the Heavenly Stairs incident, and in these 2 months, the name Feng Mu had still spread like wildfire amongst the Zhongtian disciples. After all, Mu Yu had broken the second array tablet in front of everyone's eyes, confirming his status as a genius. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai no longer came to find trouble with Mu Yu. If they were to give themselves away now, it would naturally have a huge impact on Talisman Grandmaster's plan, so they knew how to endure. In these 2 months, Mu Yu was still learning array Dao from Master Lu. Master Lu was not stingy in teaching Mu Yu all his knowledge of array Dao. Mu Yu's performance did not disappoint him. He was no longer a simple beginner who had grasped the basics of array Dao. At the same time, Mu Yu was also secretly practicing the Xian array that Deadwood Daddy had left behind. To his surprise, he could already understand some of the array Dao in the Xian array. Master Lu had taught Mu Yu the basic points of innate array Dao. These basic points were very necessary for learning the Xian array. When he was not cultivating, Mu Yu would often stare blankly at Deadwood Daddy's soul in the blood jade ink crystal. He really hoped that all his array Dao was taught by Deadwood Daddy himself and not by others. But today, when he took out the blood jade ink crystal, his face suddenly changed. There was a crack on the blood jade ink crystal. "Little Shuai, what happened to the blood jade ink crystal?" Mu Yu anxiously shook Little Shuai, who was sleeping soundly in his pocket, awake. The blood jade ink crystal was a very precious innate array foundation. It was far better than the other innate array foundations in Mu Yu's possession. The spiritual energy contained within the blood jade ink crystal was very majestic. Every day, Mu Yu had to ensure that the spiritual energy within the blood jade ink crystal would not dissipate. However, the blood jade ink crystal was fine yesterday, but today, a crack had suddenly appeared on it. If something happened to the blood jade ink crystal, Then the spirit anchoring array inscribed inside would also dissipate, and Deadwood Daddy's soul would be in danger. Xiao Shuai popped his head out in a daze and said, I don't know. I didn't eat it. Of course, it has nothing to do with you. However, the cracks on the blood jade dark crystal mean that the spiritual energy inside has been depleted. Little Shuai, do you have any way to inject spiritual energy into the blood jade dark crystal? Mu Yu anxiously injected his spiritual power into the blood jade ink crystal. He was shocked to find that some of the arrays that were originally engraved in the blood jade ink crystal had begun to collapse. Even the image left by Deadwood Daddy had disappeared. Many of the array patterns began to dissipate and were about to spread to the soul anchoring array. If he didn't stop it, the soul anchoring array would be in danger. Little Shuai took the blood jade ink crystal and touched it twice to feel the depleted spiritual energy inside. He shook his head and said, the spiritual energy needed to maintain the soul anchoring array is too great. Deadwood Daddy has already used the blood jade ink crystal many times. I'm afraid the spiritual energy can't be maintained anymore. We can only transfer the soul anchoring array to other innate array bases. Array techniques could be transferred from one innate array base to another innate array base. This was what Master Lu had told him. This could ensure that the spiritual energy of the array base would not be depleted when fighting. However, the premise of the transfer array technique was that one had to have a good understanding of the array in order to be able to transfer it without any damage. The soul anchoring array of the blood jade ink crystal was invented by Deadwood Daddy himself. The array patterns were very complicated. Just the spiritual power engraving lines alone were no less than tens of thousands. Mu Yu couldn't take it over at all, let alone transfer it to another innate array base. Mu Yu forced himself to calm down. He rummaged through the Shen array and soon found Deadwood Daddy's records about the soul anchoring array. There were a total of 29,372 spiritual power engraving lines in the soul anchoring array. The 8 trigrams array was nested with another 81 small 8 trigrams arrays. Each small 8 trigrams array had a complete set of spiritual power engraving lines in all directions. However, Deadwood Daddy didn't record many key points because he thought that these were too simple and didn't need to be pointed out. This was a disaster for Mu Yu because he couldn't figure out this key point. Usually, the innate array technique he learned from Master Lu only had 2,000 spiritual power engraving lines at most. However, the soul anchoring array had nearly 30,000 spiritual power engraving lines, which was beyond the scope of Mu Yu's acceptance. What should I do? Do I have to draw a new soul anchoring array? Mu Yu was very anxious. He didn't completely understand the layout of the soul anchoring array. He couldn't guarantee that his soul anchoring array could preserve Deadwood Daddy's soul completely. You can only try. Otherwise, Deadwood Daddy's soul may really have an accident. Long Ting also said from the side. Mu Yu forced himself to calm down. He had no other choice but to draw the soul anchoring array himself. The soul anchoring array had nearly 30,000 spiritual power engraving lines. It was too complicated. Mu Yu had to brace himself to learn it. He began to seriously study the engraving of the soul anchoring array in the Shen array. Xiao Shuai's learning ability was also very strong. He also flipped through the book with Mu Yu. The third 8 trigrams array is based on the method of the wind-sun linking array. Mu Yu, have you learned the wind-sun linking array? Xiao Shuai asked. I haven't learned it. Mu Yu shook her head. The wind-wind-heart linking array was also a kind of profound array formation that Deadwood's father had recorded in detail. This kind of array formation could allow the minds of several people in the array formation to be connected and become familiar with each other's thoughts. Even this array required 3,000 spiritual power engraving lines, which was beyond Mu Yu's tolerance. But I will definitely be able to learn it. Mu Yu gritted his teeth and said. He began to study the engraving method of the soul anchoring array. There were many things he didn't understand, so it was very difficult to learn. When it came to the engraving of the wind-sun linking array, he had failed a total of 30 times. Although Mu Yu was first-rate in breaking arrays and climbing the stairway to heaven, his foundation in engraving arrays was still very weak. Simple innate array techniques couldn't stump him, But the engraving method used in the soul anchoring array was very complicated. He couldn't learn it smoothly anymore. After spending an entire 3 days, Mu Yu finally learned the Wind-Sun linking array. But the Wind-Sun linking array was only one of the 81 arrays. According to this learning speed, Mu Yu would have to spend close to a year to learn the 81 profound arrays. The problem was that the blood jade ink crystal couldn't last for a year. There must be another way. What Mu Yu lacked now was time. Time was always so precious to him. 2 cracks had already appeared on the blood jade ink crystal. The spiritual power it contained was decreasing. What should I do? Mu Yu's heart was filled with despair. If the soul anchoring array disappeared, he didn't know what would happen to Deadwood Daddy's soul. If it dissipated, it would be irretrievable. Mu Yu had no choice but to run to Master Lu to think of a way. Are you talking about how to quickly replenish the spiritual power of an innate array base? Didn't I give you so many innate array bases? You should have enough. Master Lu thought that Mu Yu had used up all the spiritual power of the innate array base. Mu Yu quickly said, Disciple is mainly curious because the spiritual power of the innate array base is being consumed too quickly. I feel that it will take too long for it to automatically recover. The innate array base would automatically absorb spiritual power to recover itself at all times. However, the recovery speed of the blood jade ink crystal's spiritual power couldn't make up for the speed of its consumption. Master Lu thought for a moment and shook his head. This can't be helped. If the innate array base can quickly replenish the lost spiritual power, then we innate array masters won't have any drawbacks. Your idea is very good, but before you, many innate array masters have already considered this point and tried their best to avoid the shortcomings of array masters. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded. Mu Yu's face was ashen. Could it be that Deadwood Daddy was really hopeless? Master Lu didn't notice Mu Yu's expression. He patted his head as if he had remembered something. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I should have given it to you yesterday. The sect master said that because you are now considered an innate disciple, he specially gave this array base to you. This is the identity of an innate disciple. A white jade pendant appeared in Master Lu's hand. This jade pendant was only the size of 2 fingers. The jade pendant was in the shape of the 8 trigrams, with the word Xian engraved in the middle. Its spiritual power was very strong. It was a very mellow innate array base. In the array sect, only innate array masters and innate disciples would be given this kind of jade pendant. Possessing this jade pendant was equivalent to truly becoming a core member of the array sect. Mu Yu took the jade pendant and felt the majestic spiritual power coming from it. However, he wasn't happy at all. Normally, if he received this jade pendant, he would be very excited. This was because the quality of this jade pendant was top grade among all innate array bases. But now, even if Master Lu gave 100 innate array bases to Mu Yu wasn't in the mood to be happy. If the spiritual power of the blood jade was exhausted and Deadwood Daddy's soul dissipated, then it would be useless no matter how many innate array bases he gave him. Master Lu patted Mu Yu's shoulder with an envious expression. I say, Feng Mu, you should feel lucky because the sect master said that this jade pendant was personally made for you by the patriarch of the array heavenly sect. Come to think of it, none of us are lucky enough to be favored by the patriarch. Who would have thought that a new disciple like you would be able to alarm him? The array heavenly Tao. Mu Yu exclaimed. Right. He needed to go find the array heavenly Tao for help. The array heavenly Tao would definitely have a way. It's the array heavenly Tao patriarch. Master Lu had guessed that Mu Yu would be shocked. In his opinion, anyone would be flattered to hear that their jade pendant was personally made by the array heavenly Tao patriarch. Master Lu smiled and said, I know you're shocked as well, I'm so envious. To be able to receive a gift from the array heavenly Tao patriarch, it looks like he really values you. However, Mu Yu didn't care about this silly jade pendant at all. He only cared about the array heavenly Tao patriarch himself. The array heavenly Tao patriarch was on the same level as Deadwood Daddy. He would definitely be able to understand the soul fixation formation and know how to transfer it. Master Lu, can I see the array heavenly Tao patriarch? Mu Yu eagerly asked. Master Lu calmly stroked his beard and said, No, the formation Heavenly Tao Patriarch is usually in the Forbidden Forest. Only when he wants to see someone will he see him. But, no buts, go back and learn more about formations. Oh right, you can take this jade pendant to the 3rd level of the array pavilion. Everything is there. Remember to ask me if you don't understand. Master Lu smiled. Mu Yu dejectedly left Master Lu's place. Master Lu wouldn't lie to him. If the array Heavenly Tao didn't want to see him, it would be useless no matter how much he begged. He came here to see if the array Heavenly Tao was fine. If the array Heavenly Tao could personally make a jade pendant for Mu Yu, it meant that the guardian of the 3 palaces hasn't done anything to the array Heavenly Tao. However, the array Heavenly Tao was fine and Deadwood Daddy was in trouble again. No, I have to find a way to see the array Heavenly Tao. Mu Yu clenched his fists. For the sake of Deadwood Daddy's soul, he had to ask the array Heavenly Tao for help. Mu Yu didn't return to his own place. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing were obstructing him. He found a quiet place and casually placed the jade pendant to the side. He took out the blood jade ink crystal and looked at the cracks on it. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Because of his mistake, Deadwood Daddy fell into Tian Buwait's hands and lost his life. Now, because he didn't learn formations for long, even Deadwood Daddy's soul couldn't be saved. How do I enter the Forbidden Forest? Mu Yu had already walked around the array sect when he came here. He knew where the Forbidden Forest was. However, there were powerful restrictions outside the forest. He couldn't enter at all. Cheng Zhuo told him that only disciples who made great contributions to the array Heavenly Tao could see the array Heavenly Tao. If anyone could defeat a Talisman sect disciple in the Talisman competition, then that person would have the right to enter the Forbidden Forest and be received by the array Heavenly Tao's ancestor. However, there was still more than a month before the Talisman competition. With the blood jade ink crystal's current situation, it probably wouldn't last until then. Crack. The blood jade ink crystal cracked again. This time, the crack was so severe that it almost split the entire blood jade ink crystal in half. No. No. Mu Yu looked at the blood jade ink crystal in his hand in panic. He could clearly feel that the crack this time had pushed the entire blood jade ink crystal to the brink of collapse. Mu Yu gripped the blood jade ink crystal tightly. He wanted to do something, but he was shocked to see that the soul anchoring formation was starting to dissipate. No. Mu Yu felt deep despair. The thing he didn't want to see the most had finally happened. The soul anchoring formation's runes were slowly trembling. The blood jade ink crystal couldn't provide enough spirit chi to maintain the soul anchoring formation. Dad, don't leave me again. Mu Yu stared blankly at Deadwood Daddy's soul in the soul anchoring formation. He thought he could save Deadwood Daddy. However, he was wrong. He couldn't save Deadwood Daddy the first time. He also couldn't save Deadwood Daddy the second time. Deadwood Daddy was Mu Yu's motivation to learn the array Heavenly Tao. He came here for Deadwood Daddy. However, before he could learn all the array Heavenly Tao, Deadwood Daddy was going to leave him again. Chapter 437. Swoosh. Just as Mu Yu was about to lose all hope, the jade pendant that Master Lu gave him suddenly flashed with a white light. It quickly enveloped the blood jade ink crystal, and a huge amount of spirit chi continuously swept out from the jade pendant. Then, white runes shot out from the jade pendant and intertwined above the blood jade ink crystal. They gradually seeped into the blood jade ink crystal, and mysterious inscriptions floated in the air. This is... Mu Yu looked at the blood jade ink crystal in shock. The blood jade ink crystal had been completely crushed into powder, but a small and complicated array slowly rose from the powder. Within the array, Deadwood Daddy's soul was very clear. It was a complete soul anchoring array. The soul anchoring array was wrapped by the runes and moved into the white jade pendant, disappearing without a trace. Then, all the white light and runes disappeared as if nothing had happened. Mu Yu carefully reached out and inserted his spirit chi into the white jade pendant. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the soul anchoring array had been transferred into the white jade pendant. But why? Mu Yu held the jade pendant, afraid that something would happen to it again. He remembered Master Lu's words. This jade pendant was personally made by the Array Heavenly Tao. Could it be that the Array Heavenly Tao already knew his true identity? Thank you, Mu Yu said quietly. Regardless of whether the Array Heavenly Tao knew his identity, this jade pendant helped him protect Deadwood Daddy's soul, preventing Deadwood Daddy's soul from dissipating. He knew that he owed the Array Heavenly Tao a huge favor. From now on, the matters of the Array Heavenly Tao sect are my matters, I swear. Mu Yu thought of the predicament that the Array Heavenly Tao sect was facing. The Talisman sect spies were rampant and wanted to overthrow the Array Heavenly Tao sect. The Array Heavenly Tao sect seemed to be completely unaware. Then, he had to help the Array Heavenly Tao sect and repay this favor. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing still didn't know that they were secretly controlled by Mu Yu. They were still sullenly listening to Mu Yu's orders and running to Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai to complain. However, none of their actions could escape Mu Yu's eyes. Mu Yu used the Divine Soul Wood to ensure this. A few days later, Mu Yu finally found an opportunity. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were preparing to secretly gather all the spies before the Talisman competition to confirm the plan to seize the Array faction. The Zhongtian disciples would often follow Master Zhong and Master Xian out on field missions. Every time there was a gathering, these spies from the Talisman sect would use the excuse of going out on field missions to leave the Array faction. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing went out together, and then turned into an extremely remote mountain stream, waiting for the night to fall. Mu Yu quietly watched the two of them from afar. If nothing unexpected happened, he intended to use the Divine Soul Wood to control all the spies from the Talisman Grandmaster tonight. First, he had to get rid of all the spies among the Zhongtian disciples in one fell swoop. He didn't care about the Hutian disciples' spies, nor did he need to care about them. The Zhongtian disciples' spies were the main force behind the rebellion. The sun had already set, and the crescent moon climbed up the branches. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing changed into night clothes and covered themselves with hoods. In the darkness, it was impossible to see who they were. Then, the two of them suddenly took out a talisman paper and pasted it on their bodies. Then, the two of them seemed to have blended into the darkness of the night, completely losing the aura of a living person. If it wasn't for Mu Yu's Divine Soul Wood still on them, he was afraid that he wouldn't have discovered their traces. The Talisman Grandmaster's stealth technique was so brilliant. It was no wonder that they had been hiding in the Array faction for so long without being discovered. Indigo Lion. Duan Yang's voice had undergone an earth-shattering change, becoming very ethereal. This was caused by the talisman technique on their bodies. Not only could they conceal their aura, they could also change their voices at will. Even their own people couldn't detect them. The Indigo Lion was the secret signal for their meeting place. There were 6 meeting places for the Talisman Grandmaster spies, and the Indigo Lion was only one of them. The two of them flashed into the darkness like bats in the night. They left the mountain stream and headed towards the demonic beast wasteland. There were some high-level demonic beasts gathered in the demonic beast wasteland. Those without strength wouldn't dare to set foot in it. Logically speaking, it was quite dangerous for Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing to step into this wasteland with their cultivation. However, wherever they went, the demonic beasts didn't detect their aura and simply ignored them. The two of them moved forward cautiously and stopped in front of the Indigo Lion's cave. The Indigo Lion was a 5th-rank demonic beast, which was equivalent to an out-of-body stage cultivator's strength. Its claw was enough to crush a nascent soul stage cultivator. However, Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing had already flashed into the cave. Obviously, they knew that this cave was extraordinary. Mu Yu stood at a distance from the cave and didn't directly enter. He stopped for a while. From time to time, a lot of darkness flashed from all directions and entered the Indigo Lion's cave. He frowned and finally hid in a poplar tree. Controlling the roots, he quietly entered the Indigo Lion's cave. The Indigo Lion's cave was very spacious and could accommodate 100 people. This should have been deliberately dug out by the Talisman Grandmaster as a meeting place. There were indeed 2 Indigo Lions in the cave. However, they seemed to have been trained. They turned a blind eye to the dark figures that came in. They just lay on the ground and squinted their eyes. From time to time, They would swing their tails to drive away some mosquitoes and flies. The entire cave was emitting a pale green light. It shone on every dark figure, making them appear dark and cramped. Luo Failong and Ji Wenkai had been waiting there for a long time. Only the two of them didn't wear their hoods. Among these dark figures, only their identities were known, so there was no need to hide. After everyone entered the cave, they quietly found a place to stand. They didn't make any unnecessary movements and didn't speak. After about an hour, Luo Failong and Ji Wenkai counted the number of people. There were exactly 57 people, no more and no less. Luo Failong scanned the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, today is our last meeting. As long as everyone does their jobs, the Talisman Grandmaster will take over the Array Grandmaster in a month's time. At that time, it will be time for us to make contributions. We won't have to live in fear in the Array Grandmaster anymore." There was a commotion among the dark figures. As a spy, one had to bear a great deal of psychological pressure. If they were careless and gave themselves away, they would die a horrible death. They had endured for a few years and were finally going to succeed. So long as the Talisman Grandmaster gave the order during the Talisman Formation competition next month and cooperated with them, they would surely be able to overturn the Formation sect in one go. They would be able to openly return to being disciples of the Talisman Grandmaster, and they wouldn't have to live in fear in the Formation sect any longer. Silence. Tonight, an important person from the Talisman Grandmaster will be here. He will introduce the detailed plan to everyone. After Ji Wenkai finished speaking, he and Luo Failong respectfully retreated to the side. Then, a person slowly walked out from the corner of the cave. Mu Yu was slightly shocked because he hadn't noticed that there was someone behind Luo Failong and Ji Wenkai at all. This person wasn't wearing a hood, nor was he wearing night clothes. However, everyone couldn't help but feel deep veneration for him when he appeared. Everyone knelt down on one knee in unison and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Ju." The Talisman Grandmasters Ju Jinglin. Ju Jinglin glanced at all the black-clothed figures with satisfaction, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "All of you have rendered meritorious service to the Talisman Grandmaster. It's been hard on all of you during these years. We'll bow to the great cause of the Talisman Grandmaster until we die." The voices of all the disciples seemed to be powerful and even carried a trace of fervor. Ju Jinglin's status in the Talisman Grandmaster was extremely high, and he was usually their contact. Only Ju Jinglin knew their true identities. It could be said that only Ju Jinglin could acknowledge their status in the Talisman Grandmaster. So, they didn't dare disobey any of Ju Jinglin's orders. "It's actually Ju Jinglin." Mu Yu frowned. He hadn't expected that Ju Jinglin would appear out of nowhere. Ju Jinglin's cultivation was at the spirit-severing stage. If he was present, it would be slightly troublesome for Mu Yu to use the divine soul wood to control the spies present. Ju Jinglin waved his hand and got everyone to stand up. He said loudly, "When the Formation Talisman sect was separated, the Formation Talisman sect occupied the Formation Talisman sect's mountain and chased the Talisman Grandmaster out. This is a great humiliation to the Talisman Grandmaster. Now that the Formation Talisman Grandmaster is at its end, it's time for us to take back what belongs to us. Once we take back the Formation Talisman Grandmaster will definitely reward each and every one of you greatly. Regardless of whether it's the Innate Talisman Foundation or the Formation Foundation, you will definitely be given a great reward. Moreover, he will nurture all of you as Innate Talisman Grandmasters. The Talisman Grandmaster still needs to rely on all of you great pioneers to support it in the future. Long live the Talisman Grandmaster! Long live the Talisman Grandmaster! Everyone roared passionately. Their emotions had been stirred up by Ju Jinglin, and they seemed to want to shout out the resentment in their heart. Just one more month, they would regain their status as Talisman Grandmaster's disciples and be remembered by the Talisman Grandmaster. They would become meritorious officials of the Talisman Grandmaster and receive the honor that they deserve. How pathetic! Mu Yu sneered in his heart. How could these people have thought that Ju Jinglin was just fooling them? The promises of meritorious officials and innate Talisman Grandmasters were all nonsense. It was simply impossible. The Talisman Grandmaster wanted to destroy the Formation Grandmaster because they wanted to prove that the Talisman Dao was more powerful than the Formation Dao. In order to sneak into the Formation Grandmaster's sect, these people had all learned the Formation Dao. The Formation Dao and the Talisman Dao were two completely different concepts. Even if they wanted to switch to the Talisman Dao in the future, it would be too late and they would be severely hindered. This was also the reason why the Formation Talisman sect was separated back then. The Formation Dao and the Talisman Dao were mutually contradictory. How could the Talisman Grandmaster waste the resources to nurture innate Talisman Grandmasters on these Talisman Grandmasters who learned the Formation Dao? Only Zhu Jinglin knew the identities of these spies. If Zhu Jinglin turned his back on them after seizing the Formation Grandmaster's sect, no one would be able to testify for them. These Talisman Grandmasters who learned the Formation Dao would probably meet the same fate as all the other Formation Grandmasters and be exterminated. Zhu Jinglin's expression seemed so ghastly under the pale green light that it almost caused one to shudder. Back then, in order to escape from the Yin Corps formation, he had forced his subordinates to self-detonate in order to win a chance for himself to escape. Thus, abandoning these spies would not make him frown. Zhu Jinglin paused for a moment before he continued. Everyone must have been worried about one thing. How are we going to deal with the 19 ancestors of the Formation Grandmasters? Actually, there's nothing for everyone to worry about. Today, I'm going to introduce someone to everyone so that everyone can have a rough idea of the plan. Remember, we won't fight an unprepared battle. Zhu Jinglin turned to look at the entrance of the cave and revealed an extremely strange smile. The sound of footsteps slowly resounded from the entrance of the cave. These footsteps were neither slow nor hurried and there was nothing special about them. However, everyone looked towards the entrance because they didn't understand exactly who Zhu Jinglin was going to introduce to them. Usually, for the sake of avoiding suspicion, they didn't come into contact with any other higher-ups of the Talisman Grandmaster besides Zhu Jinglin. However, when this person walked in, everyone started to whisper to each other in astonishment. On the other hand, Mu Yu was completely stunned. Chapter 438. Mu Chenghong. Mu Yu had never expected to see Mu Chenghong here. The only Khanate disciple of the Array faction, the sentimental senior brother, was also a spy of the Talisman sect. Mu Yu was shocked. He recalled his conversation with Mu Chenghong and suddenly understood why Mu Chenghong had said that he wanted to see the glory of the Array Talisman sect with his own eyes. Mu Chenghong had already expressed his thoughts at that time. As long as the Talisman sect overthrew the Array faction, the Array Talisman sect would be reunited. The Talisman sect would swallow the Array faction's foundation and replace the Array Talisman sect. Mu Yu had always thought that Mu Chenghong had treated him as a spy and had asked him out for a talk to warn Mu Yu not to do anything improper. However, he had never expected Mu Chenghong to be the spy. The Array faction had a total of 19 Khanate Array masters and only one Khanate disciple in the past 10 years. Because of Mu Yu's participation, there were only 2. The Array faction had already declined to this extent, but the reality was even crueler. The only Khanate disciple of the Array faction was actually a spy of the Talisman sect. Did the Array faction really have no future? Mu Yu took a deep breath. He had always thought that Mu Chenghong was a very good senior brother. However, in the end, Mu Chenghong was only a chess piece that the Talisman sect had placed in the Array sect. A chess piece that had been hidden so deeply. Mu Chenghong's appearance caused a commotion. Even Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai's expressions changed drastically. They cried out involuntarily, "Senior brother Mu Chenghong?" Both of them stared at Mu Chenghong. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Mu Chenghong would appear here. Zhu Jinglin glanced at Mu Chenghong indifferently and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Everyone, I've never told you some things in the past for your own safety. However, since we're going to revive the Talisman sect next month, it's necessary for everyone to know about this." That's right, the only Khanate disciple of the Array faction, Mu Chenghong, is also a member of the Talisman sect. All the shadowy figures were in an uproar. They all knew Mu Chenghong and what he meant to the Array faction. He was the pride of the Array faction. Everyone in the Array faction called him the hope of the future. This was an opponent that he had to be wary of before attacking the Array faction. However, no one had expected that the genius disciple of the Array faction was actually a member of their Talisman faction. Junior brothers, there's no need to be surprised. I haven't revealed my identity to you all for the sake of safety. You should know that we have the same goal. Mu Chenghong's deep gaze swept over all the black-clothed men. After a pause, Mu Chenghong said expressionlessly, "Isn't it for the sake of the Talisman sect's foundation?" "Yes." "For the foundation of the Talisman Grandmaster." All of the black-robed men suddenly became excited. They were all Zhongtian disciples of the Array faction, and had never come into contact with Mu Chenghong before. They had only heard of Mu Chenghong's name, and knew that Mu Chenghong's talent in array formations was second to none, an existence that they could only look up to. But since even Mu Chenghong was one of them, what else was there to worry about? This time, overturning the Array sect would be a piece of cake. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. Not only that, among the 19 Xiantian Array masters of the Array faction, one of them is actually one of us. Zhu Jinglin's following words exploded like a bomb. What? A Xiantian Array master? Everyone became excited again. Even a Xiantian Array master of the Array faction was one of them. That person was even more powerful than Mu Chenghong. Zhu Jinglin actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Who is that master? Someone asked eagerly. Zhu Jinglin pretended to be mysterious and said, "I won't say the name of this master, just in case." Mu Yu was very surprised. There were only 19 Xiantian Array masters in the Array faction, and there was actually a spy from the Talisman Grandmaster. Sichu Yangtian. Mu Yu instantly thought of this person. Sichu Yangtian had always been at odds with Master Lu, and he also disliked Mu Yu very much. This explained why Sichu Yangtian had been jealous of Mu Yu in the Array Hall. How could Sichu Yangtian watch as another genius disciple appeared in the Array faction? Mu Chenghong was a Xiantian disciple brought back by Sichu Yangtian. The two of them were usually very close, so this spy must be Sichu Yangtian. Has the Array faction fallen to this point? Even their only Xiantian disciple and a Xiantian Array master are from the Talisman Grandmaster? Mu Yu sighed and felt sad for the Array faction. Sure enough, the Array faction's fate had come to an end. It seemed that Mu Yu's plan to use the Divine Soul Array to control the spies was all in vain, because these 57 disciples were not worth mentioning at all. The most important thing was Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian. What kind of muddy water have I gotten myself into? Mu Yu originally just wanted to catch all the spies from the Talisman Grandmaster in one fell swoop, but he didn't expect to accidentally find too big a fish. This matter was already beyond his control. He could deal with 57 insignificant Zhongtian disciples by himself, but he could not quietly defeat Mu Chenghong, let alone eliminate a Fenshan stage Sichu Yangtian by himself. We've planned for so many years, and success or failure depends on this. Everyone, cheer up and go back to do what you need to do. In the talisman competition, as long as everyone acts according to orders, we can easily take down the Array faction. Let's have Luo Feilong explain the plan in detail. Zhu Jinglin said. Luo Feilong stood up excitedly and began to passionately explain the plan after a month. Mu Yu quietly listened to Luo Feilong's plan. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. Luo Feilong had already figured out the weak points of all the Array faction's protective arrays. The two of them had been hiding in the Array faction for so many years, so they were familiar with all the key paths to enter the Array faction. They knew how to make some of the arrays lose their effectiveness, and how to let the people of the Talisman Grandmaster effortlessly kill their way in. Mu Yu was sure that if Luo Feilong's plan really worked, the people of the Talisman Grandmaster would be able to break into the core of the Array faction almost instantly and eliminate all the disciples of the Array faction. The arrays used by the Array faction to defend against external enemies were simply useless. Luo Feilong divided these black-clothed men into 5 teams, and each of them had their own number and name. The names that Luo Feilong said were the real names of these spies, and names like Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing were fake. Which team was in charge of keeping watch, which team was in charge of leading the way, and which team was in charge of intercepting and killing. Everything was clear. The array faction is divided into 3 layers. The outer layer will be broken by the Hutian disciples, and the middle layer will be broken by you guys. As for the inner layer, we will need the help of Mu Chenghong and another Xiantian array master. They will help us remove the protection of the array hall. As long as we break into the array hall, someone will naturally kill Zhuge Xiaosheng. Then, the entire array faction will change its name and be annihilated. When Zhu Jinglin said this, a trace of unconcealable excitement appeared on his face. However, this expression appeared even more ruthless under the pale green light. Master, how should we deal with Array Heavenly Dao? Ji Wenkai asked. Array Heavenly Dao was the founder of the Array faction after all. He was still alive and was almost the spiritual pillar of the Array faction. If he was still alive, everyone would still feel uneasy. Array Heavenly Dao? The elders of the Stargate will deal with him for us. Zhu Jinglin sneered. When Luo Feilong was formulating the plan, Mu Chenghong did not speak again. His face was hidden in the shadows and looked very strange. No one knew what he was thinking. Chenghong, don't you want to say anything to these junior brothers? In the past, they did not know that you are from the Talisman faction. Now that they know of your existence, you should be more familiar with them, Zhu Jinglin said. Mu Chenghong shook his head and said in a low and hoarse voice, there is no need. All of you have done well. We have our own duties and different missions. Let's work together. His words were very simple, as if he did not want to say anything more. Zhu Jinglin looked at Mu Chenghong deeply and did not force him to say anything. He cleared his throat and said, everyone can go back and prepare now. When we succeed, it will be the time for you to reach the sky in one step. We will take our leave. Everyone knelt down and bowed. Then, they began to flash towards the exit of the cave in an orderly manner. Mu Yu didn't dare to act rashly. With Zhu Jinglin here, he couldn't use the godly soul wood on these people. He could only watch as everyone flashed out of the Green Lion Beast's cave and disappeared into the darkness. Soon, only Mu Chenghong, Zhu Jinglin, and Mu Yu were left in the cave. You don't seem to be as happy as I thought. Zhu Jinglin stared at Mu Chenghong and said, do you have other ideas? Mu Chenghong lowered his head slightly and said, I don't dare. You better know your place. You are a member of the Talisman faction. If you want to wash your hands of it now, do you think the Array faction will let you go? Zhu Jinglin sneered like an eagle staring at its prey. I have never forgotten my place. However, I hope that you will not forget your promise with me. Mu Chenghong raised his head and looked at Zhu Jinglin calmly. Zhu Jinglin wanted to see something in Mu Chenghong's eyes. However, Mu Chenghong was still so calm and emotionless. Don't worry. After this incident, I will restore your status as a Carnate disciple and let you become a member of the Talisman faction again. You are not like them. With your ability and the fact that you are on the Supreme Immortal ranking, those old fellows in the faction will not dare to say anything. Zhu Jinglin walked towards the exit of the cave. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said, the Talisman faction needs you. I hope that you will not disappoint them. I have never been disloyal. Mu Chenghong was still very calm. Zhu Jinglin's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Mu Chenghong's figure flashed and then disappeared into the darkness. The Talisman faction has really invested a lot. Mu Yu had always thought that the Talisman faction would not send a Carnate disciple to be a spy. After all, even the Talisman faction regarded Carnate disciples as precious treasures. It would be a huge loss for the Talisman faction if they sent a talented Carnate disciple to learn the Array doctrine as a spy. He did not expect that the Talisman faction would be willing to sacrifice Mu Chenghong in order to seize the foundation of the Array faction. For some reason, Mu Yu always felt that Mu Chenghong was very strange. To be honest, when he first saw Mu Chenghong, he did not think that Mu Chenghong was a treacherous and cunning person. On the contrary, he was very elegant and was indeed an outstanding disciple. If he had not seen Mu Chenghong here, he would not have believed that Mu Chenghong was a spy of the Talisman faction. However, the truth was already so. Mu Yu sympathized with this genius. Mu Chenghong's ranking on the Supreme Immortal ranking was higher than Mo Zimink's. This meant that his Array doctrine was more powerful than Mo Zimink's talisman technique. Perhaps the talisman faction would not abandon Mu Chenghong like the other spies. However, when he returned to the talisman faction in the future, how could his status be compared to Mo Ziming's? One day, we will stand on opposite sides. So this is what you meant when you said that. Mu Yu sighed. Since they stood on opposite sides, he was destined to fight with Mu Chenghong. Whether it was for the talisman faction or the array faction, he and Mu Chenghong lacked a real battle. Chapter 439. Mu Yu followed Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing out. He wanted to catch all the spies in one fell swoop, but his plan was disrupted by the appearance of Zhu Jinglin and Mu Chenghong. He did not get a list of all the spies, nor did he have the opportunity to use the divine soul wood to control them. The only fortunate thing was that he had confirmed Mu Chenghong's identity as a spy and the detailed attack plan of the Talisman Grandmaster. The other spy was a Carnate Array Master. Mu Yu could only guess that it was Sichu Yangtian because Sichu Yangtian was the most suspicious. Besides, Sichu Yangtian was the closest to Mu Chenghong. It was impossible to say that there was nothing fishy between the two of them. This matter was getting more and more troublesome. Mu Yu alone could not stop the Talisman Grandmaster's scheme. However, he could not seek help from anyone because he could not find any evidence. Mu Yu could not run to Zhuge Xiaoxing and say that Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian were spies without any evidence. The Talisman Grandmaster was always able to take any accidents into consideration. They would not leave any evidence behind. Luo Feilong, Ji Wenkai, and Mu Chenghong had been lurking for so many years without being discovered by the people of the Array sect. This was enough to prove their brilliance. However, Mu Yu had figured out one thing. He could not stop the Talisman Grandmaster. He could only improve his cultivation level and do his best to learn more array techniques to improve his understanding of Array Dao. The core of the Array sect was a Carnate Array Master with the Array Hall as the foundation. As long as the Array Hall was not broken, nothing would go wrong. It was impossible for the Talisman Grandmaster to attack the Array Hall without the help of Mu Chenghong or Sichu Yangtian. It was very likely that they would find ways to destroy the Array Hall's protective array during the Array Talisman competition. The only thing Mu Yu could do was stop Mu Chenghong. Mu Chenghong was much more powerful than Mo Ziming. During the first battle, Mu Yu had been led by Mu Chenghong. This was under the circumstances that Mu Chenghong had deliberately let Mu Yu take advantage of him. Mu Yu was not fully confident that he could defeat Mu Chenghong. He did not have the kind of understanding of Array Dao that could integrate array formations into his body. The short period of cultivation was not enough for him to defeat Mu Chenghong. If Mu Yu wanted to defeat Mu Chenghong, the only advantage he had was his swordsmanship. When he fought with Mo Ziming back then, he remembered that his 9 Guides of Heaven sword seemed to be very ingenious when coordinated with the formation patterns. At that time, he suspected that the 9 Guiding Heavenly Sword was also a sword array. Even if it wasn't, he still wanted to try transforming the 9 Guiding Heavenly Sword into a sword array. For Mu Yu, the only person he could trust in the Array faction was Master Lu. Master, can you explain the sword formation to me? Mu Yu had been learning array techniques from Master Lu. These array techniques covered many aspects of knowledge, but it did not involve the sword array that he wanted the most. Sword array? Why do you want to learn the sword formation? Master Lu asked in surprise. If my late master wants me to compete with the Talisman Grandmaster in the Talisman Formation competition next month, I need to learn some offensive formation techniques. I like to use swords, so I want to learn the sword array. Mu Yu said. Many ancient books of the Array faction had been opened to Mu Yu. Mu Yu also learned a lot of array techniques, but many of the ancient books about sword arrays were too shallow and were not beneficial to him. Master Lu showed a trace of difficulty and said, Feng Mu, the sword array belongs to the category of array techniques that are extremely difficult to cultivate. Its requirements for us array masters are no longer limited to the array foundation, but the sword art. Few of us array masters specialize in sword art. Most of us rely on the Array Foundation to fight with others. After all, the Array Foundation is easier to learn than the sword art. But the sword array doesn't need to consume any Array Foundation. If the Array Master refines a flying sword as the Array Foundation, He doesn't need to rely on those natural treasures as the array foundation, right? Mu Yu was puzzled. The array master relied on the array foundation to be able to exert a strong combat power for a short period of time, but the array foundation would exhaust its spirit chi after all. With a flying sword as the array foundation, there was no need to worry about this problem. Master Lu shook his head. A flying sword that can be used as an array foundation is very rare. Not every flying sword is qualified to be an array foundation. Sword arrays have very high requirements for flying swords. Creating a flying sword that meets the requirements requires almost tens of thousands of innate array foundations. Do you think this is worth it for array masters? Tens of thousands of innate array foundations? Innate array foundations were very precious. A Zhongtian disciple would be proud to have one. How could they get tens of thousands of them? Perhaps innate array masters did not lack innate array foundations, but they were absolutely unwilling to spend so much to create a flying sword. It could be said that learning the sword array in the array faction was a sign of squandering. Has no one in our array faction learned the sword array since ancient times? Mu Yu couldn't help but ask. Master Lu's expression became a bit serious. The number one sword array in the world, do you know what it is? What is it? Sword Shadow Dust Winds Heaven Sword 9 Guides. What? Mu Yu opened his mouth. He wasn't even sure of this yet, but Master Lu had directly answered his question. But what does this have to do with no one in array faction learning the sword array? Mu Yu didn't understand. Patriarch Array Heavenly Tao doesn't like sword arrays. Master Lu said mysteriously. Array Heavenly Tao doesn't like sword arrays, so no one in array faction learns sword arrays? Mu Yu was shocked. Don't be rude, you can't call Patriarch by his name. Master Lu warned. Yes, I know my mistake. Mu Yu nodded helplessly. His master was a third-stage true god Lu. Not to mention there was Deadwood Daddy whose array skills were no weaker than Array Heavenly Tao. Master Lu paused and whispered, "This is a secret, don't tell anyone." Patriarch lost to Sword Shadow Dust Wind when he was young. His array skills couldn't compare to Sword Shadow Dust Wind's Heaven Sword 9 Guides, so he has been studying sword arrays. Patriarch said that if one can't create a sword array that can compare to Heaven Sword 9 Guides, then there's no point in other sword arrays existing. He's such a stubborn person. Mu Yu actually wanted to say that Array Heavenly Tao was a stubborn person. There were strong and weak array skills. Just because he lost to Heaven Sword 9 Guides, he denied all sword arrays. Actually, sword arrays are too abstruse. Without treasures like Heaven Sword 9 Guides, it's impossible to truly unleash the power of sword arrays. Patriarch did this to prevent future generations from taking the wrong path. After all, how many people can get an unparalleled flying sword like Heaven Sword 9 Guides? If you spend a huge amount of money to create a suitable flying sword, but you can't understand sword arrays, then it's not worth it. Master Lu sighed. Mu Yu touched his nose, thinking that he was just lucky. Back then, his master gave him a flying sword that was unparalleled in the world. He was really generous. Thinking back to how he would occasionally use shadow swords to barbecue meat for little Shuai, he felt a bit embarrassed. The Heaven Sword that people crazily pursued was used as a barbecue grill. If this got out, many people would want to skin Mu Yu alive. So there's no possibility of learning sword arrays. Mu Yu was a bit disappointed. He had learned a lot of array skills. But Heaven Sword 9 Guides was what he really wanted. If he couldn't understand the core of Heaven Sword 9 Guides, then what was the point of learning more array skills? Master didn't teach them array skills back then, so he didn't teach them the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword array. No wonder Mu Yu found that the essence of Heaven Sword 9 Guides was not limited to the abstruse 9 sword moves after learning array skills. That's not it. Actually, our array sect has an abandoned Heaven Sword mound. Master Lu seemed to remember something. Heaven Sword Mound? Very few people know the origin of Heaven Sword Mound. It's said that it was the place where Sword Shadow Chen Feng and Ancestral Master Array Heavenly Tao competed. There are still remnants of Sword Shadow Chen Feng's domineering sword moves. But Sword Shadow Chen Feng's Heaven Sword 9 Guides is very sharp. The sword chi it contains is incomparable, and it doesn't dissipate for a long time. Those with weak minds can easily get lost in the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword array. However, Ancestral Master set up a seal in that place to prevent disciples with insufficient cultivation from getting hurt. Heaven Sword Mound? Remnants of Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword aura? Mu Yu was stunned. He never thought that the array sect would have an imprint left by his master. His heart suddenly surged. If Heaven Sword Mound still had remnants of Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword aura, then he might be able to comprehend the true essence of Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword. Sword Shadow Chen Feng didn't teach him the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword array because he had scruples. Mu Yu could learn it himself. Where is Heaven Sword Mound? Mu Yu asked impatiently. I advise you to give up on this idea. Sword Shadow Chen Feng's Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword is indeed very powerful. Many disciples also want to experience the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword aura of the past. But because they don't understand the sword, many people get lost in the sword array and can't get out. Ancestral Master said that if you want to withstand the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword's fierce aura and not get lost in it, you must reach a very powerful realm in array techniques and sword arts. Think about it. In this world, other than Sword Shadow Chen Feng, who else can do this? Master Lu sighed. Both sword arts and array techniques have to reach the standard. Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he didn't dare to say that his array techniques were outstanding, he had at least met the requirements. And wasn't his specialty Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword? Array techniques and sword arts, he already had them all. Mu Yu blinked his eyes. He always felt that this Heaven Sword Mound was specially left for him by his master, allowing him to walk here. Although Mu Yu knew that his master didn't let him come into contact with array techniques, by a freak combination of factors, he finally walked on the path of array techniques. His master was proficient in array techniques and sword arts, but he only imparted sword arts to Mu Yu and the others. Although sword arts alone were enough for them to roam the cultivation world, if they wanted to defeat the third palace, just having sword arts was clearly not enough. Mu Yu needed array techniques to become stronger. This was because the guardian of the third palace was also a person with extremely high attainments in array techniques. In the past, there were some disciples who specialized in sword arts. However, when they went to the Heaven Sword Mound, how could the sword arts they learned compare to the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword? They still ended up in a vegetative state. After losing many outstanding disciples, Ancestral Master had no choice but to seal the Heaven Sword Mound. I don't wish for you to enter it. No matter how talented you are, something will happen. Master Lu shook his head. Then, he thought of something and continued, I'm afraid that in today's world, only the disciples of true gods are qualified to enter the Heaven Sword Mound. I have to say that the young man named Mu Yu is indeed powerful. He must have received all the true teachings of Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Otherwise, how could he be able to defeat nascent soul stage geniuses since the Jindan period? Master Lu's words made Mu Yu feel very awkward. Master Lu was clearly praising Mu Yu, but Mu Yu still had to pretend that he didn't know anything. He really didn't know how Master Lu would feel if he found out that the person he was praising was so close to him. However, I feel that you're just a late bloomer. What you lack is cultivation. You have to know that no matter how powerful that Mu Yu is, he's only ranked 80 on the Supreme Immortal ranking. However, our array faction's Mu Yu is ranked higher than him. Your talent actually far surpasses Mu Chunghong's, so in other words, you're definitely more powerful than that Mu Yu. The more Master Lu spoke, the more excited he became. He patted Mu Yu's shoulder and said, therefore, I have confidence in you. I believe that you'll definitely surpass that Mu Yu in the future. Thinking about the disciple who surpassed Jian Ying and Chen Feng, and your array technique was taught by me, even I feel proud. Just thinking about it makes me so excited that I can't sleep. This is such a great thing, don't you think? Feng Mu? Master Lu looked at Feng Mu with confidence. His eyes were full of praise for Feng Mu. He was very satisfied with Feng Mu's array technique. This, maybe. Mu Yu scratched his head. He was very unsure whether he should agree with Master Lu's words or not. Why is it getting more and more awkward? What's the big deal about surpassing Mu Yu? No, I'm Mu Yu. Looking at Master Lu's eager gaze, Mu Yu suddenly had an impulse to tell the truth. He really wanted to see how Master Lu would react after knowing the truth, but he still held back. Once he admitted his identity, the Array faction would probably chase him away. When I leave the Array faction one day, I'll be the first to tell you the truth. Really? Chapter 440. There was a piece of wilderness in the Array faction. There were a few short trees here that drooped down weakly. The wild grass grew very tall and covered the original path. There were very few people here. Occasionally, 2 or 3 lonely birds would fly by and leave behind a few sad cries. This was the most remote place in the Array faction. The disciples of the Array faction called this place the Field of Death. If one wanted to see the Heavenly Sword 9 guiding sword formation left behind by Chen Feng, they would first have to experience the Field of Death set down by the Heavenly Array ancestor. The Field of Death was a strange array. It was called the Killing Array. Those who did not have a strong mind would feel the fear of death when they entered. This kind of death would not truly cause one to die, but it would cause the pain of death to be felt on one's body. Those who entered the Killing Array would feel a terrifying sword aura enveloping their body. If they could not resist this sword aura, they would be destroyed by this sword aura. Whether it was being crushed into powder or being split in half, the feeling of death was real. It was so painful that one could not see any hope of survival. It left a deep shadow in one's heart. Many disciples of the Array faction had tried entering the Killing Array, but none of them could resist this destructive sword aura. They could only be killed in the Killing Array and then kicked out. The lighter ones would only spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. The heavier ones would be unconscious for a few days and nights. After a long time, the disciples of the Array faction no longer dared to go near the Field of Death. Although everyone knew that if they passed through this Field of Death, they would be fortunate enough to witness the peerless Sky Sword 9 guide sword formation and be able to witness the glory of a true god in the past, it was a pity that the Field of Death made them have no choice but to shrink back. If they could not survive the Killing Array in the Field of Death, then they would not be able to escape from the Sky Sword 9 guide sword. Jianying Chen Feng was famous in the world, but the sword aura he left behind was not something anyone could observe. In order to prevent their disciples from overestimating themselves, the Array faction set up the Killing Array so that they would not enter the Sky Sword Mound and be killed by the Sky Sword 9 guide sword without knowing how they died. Mu Yu stood on a huge rock outside the Field of Death. The wind blew past his face, bringing with it a trace of desolation. He recalled Master Lu's sincere and earnest warning, and smiled slightly in his heart. Perhaps other people would be affected by the sword chi, but he was the successor of the Sky Sword 9 draws. How could he fear the Sky Sword 9 draws array technique? Master, I also want to know how powerful your swordsmanship was back then. Mu Yu had only seen his master use the 9 guides of the Heavenly Sword once, and that was when they were at the Moyun mountain range. Gui Shenyu, who was at the nascent soul stage, had overestimated himself and attacked them. As a result, Feng Haochen, who was only at the Jindan stage at that time, shattered his body with a single sword strike. If it weren't for the fact that the gate of hell was too strange, that sword strike would have been enough to take Gui Xuanyue's life. In the Jindan stage, Gui Shenyu had used the secret technique of the gate of hell to severely injure Feng Haochen. However, Feng Haochen had destroyed the physical body of a nascent soul stage cultivator and severely injured Gui Shenyu with a single sword strike. This showed how terrifying the Sky Sword 9 draws was. At that time, when Feng Haochen was in the Aurus core stage, he had used the 9 guides of the Heavenly Sword, which had left a deep impression on Mu Yu. The 9 guides of the Heavenly Sword that Feng Haochen had left behind in the Array sect was the sword chi of his peak. How could they be compared to each other? However, if Mu Yu wanted to go to the Sky Sword Mound to find the sword chi left behind by his master, he would first have to pass the Field of Death test set by the Formation sect. From the outside, the Field of Death didn't look any different. The sun was still shining brightly in the sky. Occasionally, the wind would blow, causing the knee-high weeds to sway slightly. From time to time, birds would fly by in a hurry, but not a single one of them landed on the Field of Death. Mu Yu's figure flashed into the Field of Death. Nothing dangerous happened, but the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. The chirping of the birds that were still reverberating in his ears just now seemed to have been cut off by something, disappearing without a trace. The surroundings were dead silent, and even the chirping of the insects had disappeared. The wind blew even more fiercely, rustling the vigorous weeds. Mu Yu reached out to touch the weeds by his knees. These weeds were real and not illusory by the formation, so he could control them. He walked slowly, and every step he took was on the open space in the middle of the weeds. The weeds very intelligently made way for him. Only the sound of his light footsteps echoed in the wilderness, appearing very abrupt. However, with every step he took, his mood sank a little, and a faint murderous intent gradually enveloped his body. This killing intent came from an unknown place, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Mu Yu couldn't figure it out. Then, he saw the source of the killing intent clearly. In the wilderness in front of him, there was a simple and unadorned sword stabbed into the ground. Only half of the sword was exposed, but this half of the sword was 10 meters tall. It stood in the wilderness, appearing to be awe-inspiring. This sword was black, and there were faint Dao patterns engraved on the sword's body. From time to time, grey Dao patterns would spread out from the sword's body and merge into the wilderness. Mu Yu stopped in front of this black sword. He stared at this huge sword that emitted a soul-stirring killing intent. He couldn't help but become cautious because he smelled the scent of danger. So, how can I defeat you? A green light streaked across Mu Yu's hand. The shadow clone sword brought with it a sharp sword chi that made the air somewhat hot. The moment the shadow clone sword appeared, golden formation patterns suddenly flashed in the wilderness. With the shadow clone sword as the source, they quickly flowed towards the huge black sword. The huge black sword seemed to feel provoked and suddenly trembled. The entire ground began to rumble as if there was an earthquake. Shocking cracks spread out in all directions with the huge black sword as the center. All the weeds were overturned. The sharp sword chi suddenly exploded and instantly cut all the weeds in a radius of several miles. Mu Yu stepped off the ground and was already floating in midair. He looked coldly at the huge black sword in front of him. The huge black sword was like a blunt sword that had been sharpened. Black flowing light constantly swam around the sword's body. The violent sword aura kept rising, reaching a terrifying level. Then, the ground suddenly caved in, and an explosion sounded throughout the wilderness. Air waves rolled out and dust flew in all directions. The huge black sword had already soared into the sky and slowly appeared in front of Mu Yu. The huge black sword trembled slightly. The formation patterns in the air constantly flowed around the sword's body. At the same time, white cracks appeared on the black sword's body. The black fragments peeled off the sword's body and revealed a lustrous white light. The originally pitch-black sword had become a ghastly white. However, the black fragments that peeled off the sword's body did not fall down. Instead, they gathered together with the formation patterns in the air. From top to bottom, the black fragments gradually formed a black figure. This figure seemed to be formed from pure darkness. It was like the illusory curtain of the god of death. The sky was clear, but he seemed to tear a black hole in the sky. He seemed to be out of place with his surroundings. This black figure did not have any facial features. It was only a human shape. It had hands, legs, clothes, and even long hair that fluttered in the wind. He stood facing Mu Yu. Then, a pair of ghastly white eyes opened on his black face. His gaze was like the gaze of the god of death, staring straight into Mu Yu's eyes. Those ghastly white eyes did not have any human emotions. There was only the purest of killing intent. It was like a bolt of lightning that could destroy a person's will. His hands kept opening and closing as if he was stretching his muscles and bones. There were actually creaking sounds. Then, he grabbed at the huge white sword. The huge white sword had already rapidly shrunk and was held in his hand. Master Lu had told Mu Yu before that this white flying sword was called the Killing Sword. The black figure was called the Killing God. It was set up by the formation Heavenly Dao using the supreme formation skills to warn people who entered the Heaven Sword Mound. The Killing God's cultivation was the same as the person who entered the Killing formation. However, He could use incomparably powerful sword skills and formation skills. If the person who entered the killing formation did not have these two skills, they would definitely be killed by the killing god. The killing god used the sword formation to kill people. Everyone who was killed would understand what it was like to die. After being thrown out of the killing formation, they would not dare to casually enter again. Is his cultivation the same as mine? Then he is in the 5th level of out-of-body realm. The shadow in Mu Yu's hand was like a smear of autumn water. He pointed at the killing god. Let me experience it. The killing god did not have any expression and did not say anything. He was just a shadow, an array spirit formed by the sword formation. He condensed the supreme formation skills and superb sword skills. There was only one goal, and that was to kill the intruders in the killing formation so that they would know the difficulty and retreat. The white sword in his hand drew a tragic brilliance. As the black figure surged, the violent sword chi was like a scythe that claimed life, slashing towards Mu Yu from all directions. Thousands of sword chi covered the sky and covered the earth. It was insufferably arrogant. The sound of wind and thunder was incessant, and the air was whistling with bursts of explosions. Countless sword chi wrapped Mu Yu in it, sealing off all of Mu Yu's escape routes, wanting to kill him. Many disciples of the formation Heavenly Dao sect would be at a loss when faced with such terrifying sword chi. Because they did not know how to deal with the sword chi that was overflowing with killing intent. Even the most profound formation skills could not block it. They could only watch as their bodies were minced by the sword chi. The painful invasion of death was unforgettable for them. Although the death here was illusory, the pain of death was real. Mu Yu quietly looked at the sword chi that filled the sky. He had no way to retreat, and there was no need to retreat. Thousands of sword chi seemed to be powerful, but in his eyes, it was just flashy. The 8th move of the Luo Chen sword skill, falling shadow vanishing. Thousands of shadows returned to one, leaving no shadow. The shadow sword materialized, and the sword will turned into the purest sword chi, evolving around his body. Immediately after, the shadow sword slashed out an indomitable sword, like a gust of wind, towards the sword chi that filled the sky. The majestic sword chi was like a majestic and domineering king of swords, as if it could make all the sword chi submit. Wherever the shadow sword went, all the killing swords melted like snow. Thousands of rainbows rose from the ground and instantly slashed towards the killing god. You have always been the one killing people. It's time for someone to kill you. Chapter 441. The killing god's black shadow was instantly annihilated by Mu Yu's sword rainbow. It was split into 2 halves by Mu Yu's sword chi, turning into 2 streams of black chi. However, these 2 streams of black chi did not disappear. Each stream of black chi actually reformed into a black shadow. In an instant, 2 identical killing gods appeared in the air. The pale white sword chi in each killing god's hand slashed down again. The white swords were mixed with the power of lightning. The 2 white swords were mixed with the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger, roaring in the air. Is this the sword array? Mu Yu could not help but pay attention. The killing god's white swords had a kind of chi and power that he could not comprehend. It also had an additional tyrannical intent. These 2 white swords condensed with the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger, competing with each other. They used all kinds of nimble postures to attack Mu Yu. The awe-inspiring sword chi once again soared into the sky, heading towards the 2 phantoms of a dragon and a tiger. But Mu Yu's sword chi seemed to have pounced on empty air. The dragon and tiger in the air seemed to have their own consciousness. They nimbly dodged Mu Yu's sword phantoms, and then once again closed in. Mu Yu's falling shadow disillusionment was the nemesis of all phantoms. But here, after winning with 1 strike, he could no longer take advantage of it. Those 2 powerful dragon and tiger sword phantoms actually dodged his sword move, letting his sword chi become an existence with its own consciousness. So this was the essence of the sword array. Compared to the killing god's 2 dragon and tiger sword phantoms, Mu Yu's sword chi lacked a kind of nimble self-consciousness. It seemed very stiff, unable to change the situation of the battlefield in time to his advantage. But the sword chi formed by the sword array could be changed according to the situation. Let me see how nimble you are. The phantoms in his hand trembled slightly. Mu Yu held the flying sword, and a rainbow light had already slashed towards the white dragon sword phantoms at the front. Mu Yu's sword flashed with lightning, sweeping everything in its path. There were many sword phantoms, and the momentum was dispersed. He used one sword to break in, and would definitely defeat one of them. He was almost certain that the white dragon sword that was closest to him would not be able to withstand his sword. However, something unexpected happened. Just as Mu Yu's sword was about to shatter the white dragon in front of him, the white dragon's sword suddenly disappeared into thin air. It made Mu Yu's sword momentum come to a sudden halt as he lost his target like a headless fly. Instantly, he felt like he had hit cotton. The feeling of having nowhere to exert his strength made Mu Yu feel very uncomfortable. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was alerted to the strange movement coming from the left. The shadow clone sword had split into two and was already attacking the left. Bang! The dragon's roar resounded in his ears. In his panic, Mu Yu was unable to completely condense the sword force of the second flying sword. He was actually sent flying by the white dragon sword form. But it was at this moment that Mu Yu turned around. He had already accumulated enough sword power in his hand and slashed at the white dragon sword form on the left. However, his sword missed once again. The white dragon sword form had already vanished and appeared even further away. As for Mu Yu, the might of a tiger's roar came from above his head. The white tiger sword form's claw slammed down, as though it could shatter the void. There was even a blazing white glow in the air. Mu Yu's heart trembled as he used the dustfall footwork. His figure flashed diagonally, dodging the ferocious tiger claw. However, when he looked over again, the white tiger had vanished. The white dragon suddenly appeared behind him once again. With a terrifying tail swing, it ruthlessly struck Mu Yu's body, sending Mu Yu flying. Mu Yu's lifeblood churned as he felt a burning pain on his back. Blood also soaked his clothes. His body had been tempered by the death aura of the netherworld grass and Mu Ling's lifeblood. It should have been extremely hard, but it had suffered heavy injuries from the white dragon's tail swing. What kind of powerful realm could the combination of sword techniques and array techniques reach? He had never thought of how the white dragon sword form had appeared behind him, or how the white tiger had disappeared from its original spot. These two sword shadows were like demonic beasts that had a tacit understanding with each other. The white sword in the shadow disappeared from one place and appeared in another place. The places where they appeared were unpredictable, but they were always able to attack Mu Yu at just the right time, making Mu Yu unable to deal with them. Mu Yu was injured, but the dragon and tiger did not stop. They continued to wander around Mu Yu, disappearing and reappearing. From time to time, they would approach Mu Yu and brandish their powerful sword shadows. For a moment, Mu Yu was only able to deal with them and was unable to attack the dragon and tiger sword forms. But how did they appear and how did they disappear? Mu Yu frowned, unable to figure it out. The dragon and tiger sword shadows appeared without any pattern, but they were extremely fast. They appeared in one place and quickly disappeared, but when they appeared beside Mu Yu, they would suddenly explode with a powerful killing intent, wanting to kill Mu Yu. It was like they were trying their luck, appearing in different places around Mu Yu. If not for Mu Yu's profound and agile footwork, he would have long been swallowed up by the dragon and tiger sword shadows. But even so, in just 10 rounds, Mu Yu had been injured 5 times. Boom! The tyrannical tiger paw once again slammed onto Mu Yu's chest, nearly causing his vision to turn black as blood gushed out from his throat. He was like a sandbag that was constantly attacked by the dragon and tiger sword forms. He was trapped by Killer God's sword formation and had no way of escaping. The profoundness of the sword formation exceeded his imagination. In a situation where they were evenly matched, he was actually unable to use the 9 fetters of Heaven's sword to gain an advantage. This was the first time his sword art had been restrained by Killer God's sword formation. His sword art was superb, but in front of the sword formation, he was too passive, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Disappearing and appearing again, and appearing in such random locations. This is the characteristic of the Big Dipper constellation formation. This sword art can actually be integrated into the formation. How did he do it? Mu Yu suddenly recalled the cat-and-mouse game he played with Mu Yu in his illusion array. Mu Chenghong had used the Big Dipper constellation formation to avoid being tracked by him. Back then, Mu Chenghong had used the Big Dipper constellation formation to randomly appear and disappear within a 50-meter radius of Mu Yu. All he did was flee and defend. But now, Killer God was using the Big Dipper constellation formation to randomly attack Mu Yu. The two goals were completely opposite, but the formation was the same. The location of the Big Dipper constellation formation was random. Logically speaking, it was impossible for it to coincidentally appear beside Mu Yu. However, because Killer God's formation came from the heavenly array Dao, it was already extraordinary. This caused the speed at which the sword shadows appeared and disappeared to reach an unimaginable level. In an instant, it appeared in thousands of locations. At a certain time, it would appear beside Mu Yu. It could even coincidentally appear at Mu Yu's location and knock Mu Yu away. The Big Dipper constellation formation's area of effect was limited. It was a fixed area. As long as Mu Yu was trapped in this area, there was a possibility of him being killed by Killer God's sword formation at any time. Mu Chenghong's Big Dipper constellation formation was only used for defense. Moreover, Mu Chenghong had agreed not to be more than 50 meters away from Mu Yu. Therefore, the positions that Mu Chenghong could move to were easily calculated by Mu Yu. However, Killer God's Big Dipper constellation formation took the initiative to attack. There were no such considerations. Mu Yu was far from being able to keep up. His deduction ability was suppressed by the heavenly array Dao's supreme formation in this killing formation. Staying in the Big Dipper constellation formation will only result in being beaten up. I have to leave. Mu Yu knew that if he wanted to get rid of the dragon shadows and tiger shadows that randomly appeared, he had to walk out of the Big Dipper constellation formation. He no longer hesitated. Wind gathered under his feet and he floated far away. The Big Dipper constellation formation was a teleportation formation. With the formation master as the center, it would move as the formation master moved. Just like the battle with Mu Chenghong, the Big Dipper constellation formation had Mu Chenghong as the center. His teleportation range was 50 meters. Therefore, when he appeared and disappeared in the teleportation range, he would be controlled to be within 50 meters of Mu Yu. At that time, as long as Mu Yu could go beyond 50 meters, Mu Chenghong would lose. However, Mu Chenghong's strength lay in this. He hid in the illusion formation. Mu Yu didn't know where to go to be away from Mu Chenghong. Therefore, he didn't use this method. As for Killer God's shadow, it didn't move after summoning the Dragon Tiger Sword. Since the Big Dipper constellation formation had Killer God as the center, then as long as he was more than 100 meters away from Killer God, he would be able to get rid of his Big Dipper constellation formation. However, he miscalculated. No matter how he flew, the Dragon Tiger White Sword always followed him. The position where it disappeared and appeared was never more than 100 meters away from him. It was as if the center of Killer God's Big Dipper constellation formation wasn't Killer God himself, but Mu Yu. The Big Dipper constellation formation can determine the center of the formation like this. Mu Yu was extremely shocked. Even if he was sent flying by the huge tiger body again, he still didn't care. This was because he realized that the Big Dipper constellation formation and sword aura formed an unbelievable combination. He knew the characteristics of a normal Big Dipper constellation formation and also knew how to counter this formation. The Big Dipper constellation formation had him as the center. When facing an enemy, as long as he enveloped the enemy, he would have the upper hand. However, the sword aura and Big Dipper constellation formation used Mu Yu as the center of the formation. This way, Mu Yu wouldn't be able to escape the range of the Big Dipper constellation formation. How is this possible? The formation Heavenly Dao's formation was far from a normal Big Dipper constellation formation. He placed the center of the formation on Mu Yu. Therefore, the Dragon Tiger Sword would always appear around Mu Yu. This Big Dipper constellation formation's formation had exceeded Mu Yu's imagination. It also went against his understanding of the formation. Since when could one use the opponent as the center of the formation? It was impossible for the opponent to escape from such a formation. Boom! The sharp sword aura came from all directions again. The dragon tiger sword was still entangling Mu Yu. Mu Yu felt like she was a prey trapped in a cage. She could only evade the pursuit of her natural enemy in a limited space from time to time. However, the enemy's attack methods were too nimble. If this continued, he would become the enemy's meal sooner or later. The killing god had placed the Big Dipper constellation formation on Mu Yu. This caused Mu Yu to fall into an incomparably difficult situation. He finally understood why so many Array faction disciples had died once in the formation. It was because in this situation, if your formation skills and sword skills weren't high enough, you wouldn't be able to escape the Big Dipper constellation formation. The white tiger sword suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yu. It was only 2 feet away from his forehead. He could clearly see the white tiger opening its bloody mouth. Terrifying sword aura intertwined in the tiger's mouth as it bit down on Mu Yu's head. If he was bitten, he would die with his head chopped off. Chapter 442. Bang! Mu Yu flew out heavily. In a moment of desperation, he kicked the stomach of the white tiger sword form. However, the white tiger was formed by sword chi. Mu Yu used his foot to block the sword chi of the killing god. The sword chi entered Mu Yu's body from the soles of his feet. It wreaked havoc on his feet, causing his entire thigh to go numb. Mu Yu's spirit power shook. He forced out the sword chi that entered his body. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, a huge dragon tail swept across the place where he was standing. If he was a little slower, he would have been hit by the dragon tail. Mu Yu knew that he couldn't go on like this. He had to choose to fight back. Mu Yu was no stranger to the Big Dipper constellation formation. He had learned this formation from Master Lu and had successfully refined it through the innate formation foundation. Because the location of this formation depended too much on luck, Mu Yu didn't think much of this formation when he first learned it. But now, it had become the key for him to fight against this killing formation. Since that's the case, let's try our luck together. Mu Yu's palm pulled the innate formation foundation. The 6 innate formation foundations pulled each other. With Mu Yu as the center, spirit power gushed out, forming countless formation patterns that dispersed. These formation patterns were like stars in the sky. They shone brightly and then gradually melted into the surroundings. With a single thought, Mu Yu disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in another location. The 2 Big Dipper constellation formations overlapped with Mu Yu as the center. The formless formation patterns began to compete with each other. The dragon and tiger sword forms gradually shone again. Mu Yu's figure flashed around his own Big Dipper constellation formation along with the dragon and tiger sword forms. There were several times when he appeared in a position where the dragon and tiger sword forms brushed past him. But because he used the dustfall steps to adjust his posture in time, he was always able to avoid danger. But at a certain moment, the dustfall steps gave Mu Yu a feeling of unobstructed. He suddenly had the urge to control the entire situation. Mu Yu stared at the place where the white tiger's sword had disappeared. His feet slipped, and suddenly, he appeared at the place where the white tiger had been. The combination of the dustfall steps and the Big Dipper constellation formation? Mu Yu was pleasantly surprised. He had inadvertently discovered that array formations could be used in such a way. If he could successfully use the dustfall steps to control his position in the Big Dipper constellation formation, it would mean that he had truly mastered the array technique of teleportation. But could it be done? Mu Yu dodged with his falling dust footwork while thinking hard about how to merge the two together. His figure constantly changed positions with the Big Dipper constellation formation, and would often collide directly with the 2 sword shadows. The appearance of the sword shadows was random. If he could predict the next position of the sword shadows, would he have a chance to destroy this sword formation? The falling dust steps was used in conjunction with the 9 guides of the heavenly sword. Its profundity was self-evident. It allowed Mu Yu's body to move as he pleased, free and easy, and as agile as a swift dragon. Taking a step was like taking 1,000 steps, making it impossible for others to keep up. The Big Dipper constellation formation could allow people to appear and disappear at will within a certain range. This was actually a very powerful array technique. But the flaw was also very obvious. This position could not be controlled. There was no way to know where one would appear in the Big Dipper constellation formation in the next moment. Mu Yu compared the falling dust steps footwork with the Big Dipper constellation formation. He was surprised to find that the possibility of a successful fusion was rather high. Furthermore, he had suddenly succeeded in a light state just now, which made him very confident. If he could create a kind of teleportation footwork, then he would have a very powerful battle strength when using array formations in the future. Mu Yu tried hard to capture the concept just now. When his falling dust steps was used to the extreme, it could actually merge into the Big Dipper constellation formation, allowing him to appear in a position that was not random. This was unprecedented. He could not let go of this good opportunity to study this array formation. But the success just now seemed to be accidental. He was unable to create it again. But Mu Yu was not discouraged. He continued to trying to grasp the point of convergence. Failed. Try again. Failed again. Continue. Gradually, he really merged into the Big Dipper constellation formation. The falling dust steps under his feet became more and more natural. It was as if his entire body was floating freely. He found that point once again. Swish. Mu Yu's figure suddenly vanished from the spot and appeared at the place he wanted to go. A smile of success immediately appeared. He was extremely excited. He really relied on the Big Dipper constellation formation and the falling dust steps to create a teleportation array technique. Back then, Mo Ziming relied on the teleportation talisman sealed with powerful talisman arts to achieve a similar level as the Big Dipper constellation formation. But whether it was the teleportation talisman or the Big Dipper constellation formation, they would randomly teleport the caster to a place when they were used. There were many uncertainties. But no one expected that Mu Yu actually used the profound falling dust steps to combine with the Big Dipper constellation formation. Not only did he have the agility of the falling dust steps, but he could also teleport to where he wanted to go. Although the range of teleportation was limited by the Big Dipper constellation formation, this ability was already heaven-defying. Enough chasing. It's my turn now. Mu Yu stared at the flickering dragon tiger sword shape beside him. He seized an opportunity. The instant the white tiger sword shape appeared, he had already appeared beside it. The shadow sword rainbow in his hand flashed, and an extremely violent sword beam slashed at the white tiger's body. Roar. The white tiger sword shape let out a furious roar, wanting to block Mu Yu's sword. But Mu Yu's sword momentum was too fast. Before it could react, it was split in half by Mu Yu's shadow sword rainbow. Then, it turned into white sparks and disappeared. If Mu Yu just relied on his sword momentum to clash head-on with his opponent, he could have defeated his opponent. But his opponent was constantly teleporting, so Mu Yu didn't have a chance to hit his opponent. Instead, he was constantly sent flying. But once Mu Yu determined the next location of the dragon tiger sword shape, he immediately teleported over and killed it at an even faster speed. And you? Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a monstrous battle intent. Once again, he appeared at the place where the white tiger sword shape appeared. The shadow sword rainbow instantly split the white tiger sword shape into two. The entire process was clean and efficient. The dragon tiger sword shape that was unparalleled in the world was broken by Mu Yu in less than a breath's time. But his figure didn't stop. The Big Dipper constellation formation combined with the falling dust steps arrived in front of Killer God in a blink of an eye. His sword intent crisscrossed and slashed at Killer God. Ding! The pale white flying sword in Killer God's hand blocked Mu Yu's sword. Then, the two of them began to fight in the air. Tens of thousands of sword beams streaked across the wilderness from time to time, shattering the wild grass on the ground and scattering the idle clouds in the sky. Killer God's sword arts and Mu Yu's sword arts were evenly matched. They even affected the entire killing array's array patterns. Countless array patterns intertwined in the air, as if they were trying to maintain Killer God's aura. You may be powerful in array and sword arts, but how can I lose to you? Mu Yu shouted loudly. His figure disappeared in a flash. His shadow sword suddenly split into 5 swords and merged into the void. When they appeared again, they were mixed with heavenly lightning and fire. 5 lightning dragons coiled around the 5 shadow swords. They roared as they charged at Killer God. The lightning was annihilated. Killer God's white sword swung out again. The eerie white light was like a flood and ferocious beast. It collided with the lightning dragons and let out a deafening roar. Killer God stared at the 5 shadow swords in the air. But his figure suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and saw the tip of a sword sticking out of his chest. The tip of the sword carried with it a violent sword aura. In a blink of an eye, it covered Killer God's entire body. The sword aura swam around Killer God's body, rampaging as if it was in an unstoppable state. It eroded Killer God's cold killing intent. I have more than 5 swords. Mu Yu said coldly. Killer God still didn't speak. Mu Yu used the 5 shadow swords to attract his attention. But he teleported behind Killer God and sent his most domineering sword into Killer God's body, which was formed by black gas. White cracks appeared on Killer God's body like porcelain. Mu Yu's shadow swords twirled and Killer God's body exploded into pieces. This time, Killer God didn't reassemble his body. Wang. The surroundings began to tremble. Countless weeds had already been turned into powder by this sword battle. The ground was a mess with thousands of ravines. Then, the entire field of death was torn apart by an invisible hand like a painting. All the scenery was turned into fragments. And Mu Yu appeared in a gravel mound. The gravel mound's huge rocks were scattered messily. There were terrifying sword marks left on the rocks. A sword mark seemed to have crossed the vast space and time, carving the mighty and majestic sword force on the rocks. Even if the sea had turned into mulberry fields over the years, these rocks didn't seem to have been destroyed. The sword marks were clear and messy. But in the unseen world, there was an aura of disdain for the world, making people submit. This was only a sword mark, but the aura it emitted had already broken through the horizon. One could imagine the divine might of the sword force's true body that could cover the sky with one hand and disdain the world. Mu Yu was startled. That familiar sword force seemed to have come alive in his eyes. A formless celestial sword was slashing and evolving in the gravel mound. The sword force left behind by each sword mark violently attacked his nerves. He was like a small boat in a stormy sea, insignificant. The supreme sword intent condensed in the gravel mound, pressing down on every inch of Mu Yu's body, making him feel an excruciating pain. He felt that his whole body was about to explode. Although that sword intent was familiar, it was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't resist it at all. In the past, Jianying Chen Feng's one sword turned into 9 forms, dominating the world. His sword qi overflowed the sky. Even his disciple couldn't withstand such a majestic sword qi. Hey! What a familiar sword qi, little Shuai suddenly said doubtfully. Mu Yu wasn't in the mood to ask little Shuai where it was familiar. He clenched his teeth and raised the shadow clone sword in his hand with difficulty. The moment the shadow clone sword was shaken, all the pressure suddenly transferred to Mu Yu's hand. The violent sword qi accumulated in the shadow clone sword, becoming more and more tyrannical. Mu Yu wielded the first form of the 9 heavenly sword guides. Fallen leaves swirled. Flying leaves swirled in the sky, stillness amidst movement. As the sword rushed out, Mu Yu was like a puppet. His whole body didn't listen to him at all. It was as if someone had forcibly taken away the control of his body. He began to gradually evolve every move and form of the 9 heavenly sword guides. He was like a bystander, watching his own body move with the sword force. Comprehending the overflowing sword intent, he suddenly thought of something. The 9 heavenly sword guides formation that had been missing all this time began to faintly hover in his mind. However, he was still missing some crucial parts. Mu Yu didn't understand what he was missing. He still couldn't grasp the most crucial part of the 9 heavenly sword guides. Mu Yu had already sunk into a selfless state. He allowed his body to be controlled by the sword intent of the rubble mound. However, he still couldn't comprehend the true meaning of the 9 heavenly sword guides. But when he evolved the 5th form of the 9 heavenly sword guides, falling dragon roaring to the sky, his mind suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He could make the sword intent transform into a dragon, but no matter how powerful the sword intent was, it was still a dead object. It didn't have its own consciousness. When the killing god transformed into the dragon tiger sword array, it left a deep impression on Mu Yu. If the sword intent transformed into a dragon with its own thoughts, then wouldn't he not need to control it when attacking? How could he make the sword intent transformed into a dragon with its own thoughts? Chapter 443. The dragon vine was originally a plant, but after growing for 10,000 years, it gained consciousness and successfully transformed into something similar to a monster beast. Its true strength was about the same as a 5th-order monster beast, and it had a very mysterious ability. It was able to speak to whoever it wanted to. It was also because of this that Mu Yu saved its life on the floating immortal island. The dragon vine was a plant, and Mu Yu's wood attribute spiritual power was very rich, so the dragon vine liked to follow Mu Yu. It had been sleeping ever since it followed Mu Yu, but it would occasionally quarrel with Little Handsome. Usually, it would not be counted on to fight. Dragon vine, can you do me a favor? Mu Yu stretched out his hand and shook the sleeping dragon vine on his wrist. The dragon vine stretched lazily and jumped down from Mu Yu's wrist. It floated in the air and asked, "What favor? Do you still need to ask? Big earthworm, you sleep every day and don't even know how to come out and fight. Next time, you have to jump out and roar, understand?" Little Handsome said lazily, "What about you, little mouse? What else can you do besides eating every day?" The dragon vine snorted. "Every time Mu Yu gets injured, I have to help heal him." "Are you blind?" Little Handsome said proudly. The dragon vine curled its lips. "When I use the 9 heavenly sword guides, there is a sword technique called falling dragon roaring to the sky. You should know about it, right?" Mu Yu asked. The dragon vine nodded. "I know. Using sword intent to form a dragon is not impressive at all. Come on, come on. What's so impressive about an earthworm?" Little Handsome mocked. "Little mouse, do you want to fight with me?" The dragon vine said angrily. "Fighting with an earthworm is too embarrassing. Damn it, let's fight." Mu Yu looked at the 2 weirdos with a headache and said, "Let's fight later. If my sword intent fuses with your body, will something happen to you?" The dragon vine rolled its eyes and said, "Do you want me to replace your falling dragon roaring to the sky?" Mu Yu nodded. In previous battles, when he used falling dragon roaring to the sky, he had to spend a lot of effort to control this move. However, if he used the dragon vine to replace this move, then he could free himself and have more options when fighting. "I can try. My skin is thick, and your sword intent can't hurt me." The dragon vine shook its head and said, "No matter how thick your skin is, it's not as thick as mine," Little Handsome interrupted from the side. Mu Yu laughed involuntarily. In Little Handsome's eyes, being thick-skinned was something to be proud of. "Okay, you can see if you can fuse to the sky." Mu Yu had already raised the shadow sword in his hand. 1 sword turned into 6, and a monstrous sword intent surged out. Then, a dragon-shaped sword shadow separated from the 6 swords and roared in the air. With a sharp sword chi, it instantly destroyed the rocks on the ground. The dragon vine's body suddenly became 10 meters long. It looked disdainfully at the dragon-shaped sword shadow formed by the sword intent and directly charged at the opponent. Boom! The dragon-shaped sword shadow and the dragon vine collided, and both sides were sent flying. "Haha! Big earthworm, are you stupid? I told you to fuse with the sword intent. Why do you want to fight force with force?" Little Handsome laughed without restraint. "Damn it! Why don't you do it?" The dragon vine said angrily. "I don't dare to do something thankless," Little Handsome said, wagging his tail. Mu Yu also frowned. His idea was good. He wanted Luo Long Xiaotian's sword intent to be controlled by the dragon vine so that the dragon vine could use a powerful sword intent to assist in the battle. It could unleash unexpected power. However, when the dragon vine fought with others before, the most he could do was spit out 2 powerful dragon breaths from his mouth or directly use his body to ram people. His attack method was very simple. When facing Mu Yu's sword intent, he did not know how to coordinate himself. "Let me try again." The dragon vine dashed about in the air with its fangs bared and claws brandished. It then adjusted its aura and prepared to try again. The dragon-shaped sword shadow and the dragon vine collided again, and both sides were sent flying again. It's useless. The big earthworm is not willing to give in. How can he fuse with the sword intent? Big earthworm, try to watch. Don't fight him head-on. Let the sword intent touch your body, Little Shui suggested. The dragon vine snorted and said reluctantly, "Okay, Mu Yu, let that guy hit me. I won't resist." Mu Yu turned the shadow sword in his hand. The dragon-shaped sword shadow spun in the air and rushed toward the dragon vine with a sharp sword intent. He tried to imitate the way the dragon vine attacked in his mind. At the same time, he tried to combine his sword intent with the dragon vine. As long as Luo Long Xiaotian's sword intent and the dragon vine's sword intent were combined, the dragon vine could fight with sword intent. Bang! The dragon vine's body was sent flying, and a big hole was created on the ground of the rocky mound. Long Ting was lying in the pit, seeing stars. Fortunately, Mu Yu had controlled her strength just now, so she didn't hurt Long Ting. Little Handsome was out of breath from laughing. "Haha! The big earthworm is so stupid. Look at its eyes." The dragon vine got up and shouted angrily in the air, "Little mouse, are you stupid? My eyes are green to begin with." Mu Yu felt embarrassed and quickly went to check the dragon vine's body. Fortunately, the dragon vine's skin had become thicker after following Mu Yu, so it was not injured. What's the problem? Mu Yu still did not give up. He still believed in his own judgment. The sword intent of the Sky Sword 9 Guides was based on the power of a dragon. The dragon vine was a special kind of dragon, so it should be able to feel the sword intent of Luo Long Xiaotian. Mu Yu, your original intention was to let the big earthworm control Luo Long Xiaotian's sword intent so that you can have time to do other things. So, this depends on the big earthworm's perception. It must be familiar with your sword intent to control it. Otherwise, it will not be able to do it. With the big earthworm's intelligence, it will not work. Little Handsome jumped on Mu Yu's shoulder and said happily. The dragon vine angrily said, "Who told you I have no perception? I've seen Mu Yu use falling dragons howling heaven so many times. I've long understood his sword intent, okay?" The dragon vine circled around Mu Yu and swung its tail. "But that sword intent and my mind are not connected. I don't know what this sword intent is going to do next. Mu Yu doesn't know what I'm going to do next, unless Mu Yu and my presence are connected." Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. "You mean I'm going to control you?" The dragon vine was a plant. With Mu Yu's ability to control plants, it was more than enough for him to control the dragon vine. However, Mu Yu had never done this before because he did not want to casually restrict the dragon vine's movements. The dragon vine was an independent entity with its own thoughts. Mu Yu did not have the ability to connect with the dragon vine's mind. "If you control me, what's the difference with or without my help? In any case, you're the one fighting in the end, aren't you? You've been studying arrays for a while. If you can create an array that binds our auras together, I should be able to fuse with this sword intent if I can completely understand how your sword intent works," said the dragon vine. The 9 heavenly sword guides was a profound sword array. Mu Yu had only grasped the sword force within it, but he could not figure out its sword array. However, even the 9 sword forces were far from what the dragon vine could understand. If there was an array that could connect Mu Yu and the dragon vine's minds, then the dragon vine could indeed understand the true meaning of Luo Long Xiaotian. Mu Yu sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the concept. The sword intent of the 9 heavenly sword guides in the surrounding rubble mounds began to evolve in his mind. He began to deduce the combination method of the array. It was a bit difficult for an array to be able to connect the minds of everyone who entered the array. Yu, do you want to try the profound array? I feel that you should be able to understand Deadwood Old Man's profound array now. I remember that there was an array called the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array. It might be useful. Little Shuai suggested. When Yu was grounded by Deadwood Daddy, the three of them were bored to death and memorized the poison scripture every day. Little Shuai was flipping through the profound array to pass the time. Occasionally, he would doodle a little. A while ago, when Yu was flipping through the profound array, Little Shuai was also learning at the side. Yu's mind lit up. When he first learned the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array, it was because the soul-anchoring array required the array pattern of this array technique. It took Yu 3 days to learn it. At that time, he only learned it for the sake of learning. He didn't consider where the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array could be used. After Little Shuai's reminder, he suddenly understood that it could be used here. Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array, high-level array technique. It uses the Wind-Sun position in the southwest of the 8 trigrams as the source to be used. It can allow the aura of everyone in the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array to be connected. Know yourself and the enemy, and cooperate in battle. The Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array was very complicated. However, Yu had already completely grasped this array technique, so he directly inscribed the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array. He took out Mu Ling's sword. Currently, the aura of death and life on Mu Ling's sword was rather strange. It was just like Yu himself. He directly used Mu Ling's sword as the array base of the Wind-Sun Heart-Linking Array. This way, he could directly use it in the future. Dragon Vine, let's try again. Mu Ling's sword rippled in front of Yu's chest. A green 8 trigrams array pattern rippled under Yu's feet. Dragon Vine also climbed onto Yu's body, ready to attack. The shadow swords once again split into 6. A sharp sword aura soared into the sky. The 6 flying swords' sword tips touched the sword tails and connected together. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the air. The green array pattern emitted a light. Yu's footsteps moved lightly, and he came to the southwest of the 8 trigrams array. The spiritual power in his hands gathered together, and his palm print hit the direction of the Wind-Sun. It was like a line had suddenly connected Yu and Dragon Vine. Yu was surprised to find that he could actually clearly know what Dragon Vine was thinking. I must duel with Little Mouse later. And Little Shuai was actually thinking. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten earthworms before. I wonder if stir-fried earthworms taste good. Little Mouse, the earthworms you're talking about can't be real earthworms, right? Dragon Vine also heard Little Shuai's thoughts. It felt that Little Shuai, this foodie, had a strong taste. It's none of your business. Even if you duel with me, you're no match for me. Little Shuai snorted. Dragon Vine, quick, Yu said. In his mind, he had already begun to evolve the sword intent and key points of falling dragon roaring to the sky. Dragon Vine's eyes suddenly lit up. It suddenly roared to the sky, and then its entire body rushed toward the dragon-shaped sword shadow in the air. It opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the sword intent, falling dragon roaring to the sky. Dragon Vine roared. It suddenly spat out a green dragon's breath in front of it. The dragon's breath flashed rapidly in the air, transforming into a powerful flying sword. In an instant, a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground. Its entire body hovered in the air, and it looked at the ravine on the ground in disbelief. Normally, it would not be able to create such a destructive force. Clearly, after combining with the sword intent, the power was far beyond its imagination. Chapter 444. Big Earthworm, what are you yelling for? Will you die if you keep your voice down? Little Shuai scolded. Haha, are you envious? Little Mouse, I feel like my entire body is filled with energy. If you dare to be arrogant again, I'll beat you up. After the Dragon Vine swallowed Yu's sword intent, its entire body was like a nimble and winding sharp sword. It flickered with overbearing sword light and sputtered in all directions, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Mu Yu looked at the dragon vine in surprise, because he realized that after the dragon vine swallowed his dragon raw sword intent, the sword intent did not disappear, but was used by the dragon vine. In this way, the dragon vine could use his sword intent to fight with others, and the battle power it produced was actually on par with Mu Yu. This meant that when Mu Yu asked the dragon vine to help, the opponent would have to face the pincer attack of two Mu Yu at the same time. This formation consumed a terrifying amount of spirit chi, but Mu Ling's sword itself had a strange spirit chi that did not care about this bit of consumption, not to mention that Mu Ling's sword itself could absorb spirit chi from the outside world. As long as Mu Yu and the dragon vine still had the strength to fight, basically, if the opponent's cultivation was not higher than Mu Yu's, they would lose without a doubt. Little mouse, in the future, just wait for me to show off my dragon's might. You can only look at my back and tremble. The dragon vine was extremely proud. It opened its mouth and spat out another breath. The breath spun in the air and turned into a sky full of swords. It was as if 10,000 swords were piercing through the heart and smashed into the ground, blasting a large hole in the ground. Little Shuai was unhappy and shouted, "Don't be so proud. Mu Yu, quickly give me the Shen formation. I will also find a formation. Let's fuse it together. It doesn't matter if it's powerful or not, the posture must be handsome. Let the big earthworm stare." Mu Yu shook his head helplessly. How could it be so easy to find a formation? Just now, when he was comprehending the Sky Sword 9 guides, he thought about whether Dragon Fall from the 9 heavens could be fused with the dragon vine and tried it out. It could be considered a spur of the moment. How could he have other thoughts? He tossed the Shen formation book to Little Shuai. In any case, this fellow could do whatever he wanted. Right now, he had yet to fully comprehend the essence of the Heaven Sword 9 Guides sword formation. He needed to study the sword scars left behind by his master again. But Dragon Vine happily said, "My sword skill is different from 9 Sky Sword Temptations Falling Dragon Howls to the Sky. I have to come up with a name. No matter what, I will be using it in the future. Of course, I have to put my name on it. I think Dragon Vine Howls to the Sky is a good name. Howl your ass. Do you want the big earthworm, Xiao Tian?" Xiao Shuai cursed as he flipped through the thick book of Shen formations. As he searched, he said, "I was the one who suggested this formation. You should be thanking me. From now on, he will be called Little Shuai Xiaotian. When you use this move, you must shout out these 4 words sonorously and forcefully. Do you understand? Especially the 2 words little handsome, you have to stress it. It can give you endless power. I'll look down on you if it's 1 syllable too weak." Longteng roared, "Bah. When I shout out those 2 words, it feels like I've eaten shit. My opponent might even look down on me. They might even laugh until they're out of breath. Isn't it better to laugh until you're out of breath? When you fight with someone and your opponent laughs until he's out of breath, you can just kill him." Little Shuai snorted and said. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Then why not call it Mu Yu's Howls to the Sky? I'm the main force, okay? I don't care. I'll call it Little Shuai's Howls to the Sky. Dragon Vine Howls to the Sky. Little Shuai's Howls to the Sky." Mu Yu was defeated by these 2 weirdos. They could quarrel like this just for a name. They were really a rare living treasure in the world. He shook his head and said, "All right, stop quarreling. In the future, I'll call this move Wind Descending Dragon Howls to the Sky. After all, it's made up of 2 different things, Wind Heart Linking Formation and Falling Dragon Howls to the Sky. You can say whatever you want. In any case, when I use it in the future, I'll silently chant Dragon Vine Howls to the Sky. Little mouse, in the future, when enemies attack, you can just curl up into a ball and cheer for me and Mu Yu." Long Ting shook his head at Little Shuai proudly. "This is so infuriating. I must find a more powerful move that surpasses the big earthworm." Little Shuai was flustered and exasperated. His little claws quickly flipped through the book. Suddenly, he slammed the book shut and slapped his head, saying, "Aya, there's no need for other formations at all. I seem to remember that I can control the 9 heavenly sword draws by myself." Mu Yu looked at Little Shuai in shock. "Are you sure?" Little Shuai rubbed his head in a daze and said, I forgot. Anyway, I seem to have a vague impression of it. When I saw the sword energy in the sky sword mound, some strange images flashed through my mind. I'm not sure where these images came from. However, when I saw you use the 9 heavenly sword draws in the wind heart linking formation, I felt that it was somewhat familiar. Little Shuai sat on the profound formations book and fell into deep thought while holding his chin. After a while, he suddenly shouted, Mu Yu, use the wind heart linking formation again. Let me see your understanding of the 9 temptations of the sky sword. Where exactly did Little Shuai come from? Mu Yu still couldn't figure it out. However, he used to follow Fenghouchen, and Fenghouchen was the ancestor of the 9 heavenly sword draws. Therefore, Little Shuai might know something. Mu Yu took out the Mu Ling sword again. The green 8 trigrams formation pattern appeared under his feet again. The wind heart linking formation flashed out. Little Shuai landed in the formation and blinked his eyes. Suddenly, many scenes flashed through his mind. The wind heart linking formation could allow everyone in the formation to communicate their thoughts. At that moment, everyone's thoughts could be transmitted to the others in the formation. Mu Yu looked at the scenes in Little Shuai's mind in shock. Those scenes were actually the scene of a graceful and valiant man using 9 swords to firmly suppress 5 Spirit Lord Yu Meng, Sword Shadow Chen Feng. Little Shuai, how do you have my master's memories? Mu Yu exclaimed in shock. Although he only saw some fragmented scenes, and these scenes weren't even connected, the fact that Little Shuai had these memories shocked him. Little Shuai shook his head. I'm not sure either. When I first came to the heavenly sword mound, I felt that it was strange. The sword chi here gave me an indescribable sense of intimacy. Then, those strange scenes appeared on their own. I don't even know where they popped out from. Dragon Ting also stared at Little Shuai strangely. Little Mouse, what is your relationship with Sword Shadow Chen Feng? Maybe because I'm more handsome, the white-bearded old man implanted these memory fragments in me? Little Shuai said in high spirits. Mu Yu frowned. He didn't need to think to know that Little Shuai and his master had some sort of relationship. However, when Mu Yu first met Little Shuai, this fellow was just a strange egg with extremely thick skin. He was still muddle-headed and didn't know which chicken coop this egg was picked up from. He actually knew a lot of things that Mu Yu had never heard of before. Little Shuai hopped to the northeast of the 8 trigrams. He saw Mu Yu's evolution of the 7th style of the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword, and so he also swung his large tail and gathered all the spiritual energy into his body. Little Shuai then put one of his small hands on his waist and the other pointed to the sky. He shouted loudly, Little Shuai's mysterious thunder fall. The green 8 trigrams suddenly turned into a blue light. The translucent blue light completely enveloped Little Shuai's body. The spiritual energy on Mu Ling's body was continuously drawn into Little Shuai's body by Little Shuai. Then, the blue light on his body became restless like lightning, and the white hair all over Little Shuai's body stood on end. Big earthworm, watch my peerless sword move. Little Shuai's mysterious thunder fall. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Little Shuai, and all the lightning slowly condensed into Little Shuai's small hand that was pointing to the sky. Then, all the blue sparks suddenly formed the shape of a sword that flashed with lightning. It soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Dragon Vine. Damn, Little Mouse, do you want to die? Watch me, Dragon Vine howls the sky. Longting shouted. The sword intent on its body had not completely dissipated. Its body became straight, like a proud and aloof sword, and it faced Xiao Shuai's blue sword head-on. Boom! Little Shuai's large blue sword collided with Dragon Vine's sharp sword intent. A huge wave of spiritual energy spread out with them as the center. Sword energy flew in all directions, and the domineering sword energy rippled on the heavenly sword mound. The sword beams that the two of them unleashed swept across every rock on the celestial sword mound. The sword marks that Fenghouchen had created with his 9 heavenly sword guides seemed to have come alive. Terrifying sword beams flew out from all the sword marks, resonating with the sword intents that Xiao Shuai and Long Ting had unleashed. Then, All the sword chi in the heavenly sword mound formed a faintly discernible figure. That figure kept performing the 9 heavenly sword guides in the air. Every move and style appeared to Mu Yu's eyes, but it was so familiar yet strange. This is Master. Mu Yu was extremely shocked. The sword energy actually formed the image of his master when he was young, and he even began to deduce the true meaning of the heavenly sword 9 guides sword formation in front of him. The profound and cryptic feeling from before suddenly disappeared. The figure of sword shadow Chen Feng was so free and easy. He didn't even control the sword in his hand. Instead, it was scattered in the void. Every time his hand casually moved, runes would appear around his body. Immediately after, a sword would be pulled out from the void. The sword that was pulled out had already transformed into a myriad of illusions, and a sword move was performed to the extreme. With a slash of the sword, the heavens and earth would shatter. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like a brilliant heavenly might that was unstoppable. After this move, the sword would automatically merge into the void and disappear. The heavenly sword 9 guides sword formation allowed the sword technique to break away from the fixed method of drawing the sword. The sword in the hand had already disappeared, but it was like a shadow that was everywhere. With a sword in the heart, one could pull out a 3-foot-long sword from anywhere and control the 9 heavens. This is the heavenly sword 9 guides sword formation. Mu Yu looked at his master's figure in front of him with infatuation. His mind was completely immersed in the sword intent that his master had displayed in the past. His entire person became extremely ethereal, and he actually began to involuntarily take out the shadow-splitting sword and started to imitate his master's movements. In the beginning, he always felt that something was missing. Now, he gradually began to feel the threshold of the heavenly sword 9 guides sword formation. What Mu Yu didn't realize was that there was a figure silently observing him from afar in the rocky mound. This person stood there as if he had become one with the rocks around him. There was no breath of life. Even if someone walked past him, they wouldn't notice his existence. Chapter 445. The sword essence left behind by Jian Ying Chen Feng was domineering and proud. In the past, when he fought formation Heavenly Dao here, he easily defeated formation Heavenly Dao with his supreme sword formation. The sword formation of the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword was carved on the rocks of the mound. These sword intents were well preserved by formation Heavenly Dao and studied carefully, hoping to create a sword formation that surpassed the 9 guides of Heavenly Sword one day. Unfortunately, Sky Sword 9 guides was too profound. Even formation Heavenly Dao couldn't comprehend it. When the other disciples of formation Heavenly Dao saw such a majestic sword presence, they couldn't withstand it and even died. But the moment Mu Yu entered the sword formation, his sword skills couldn't help but resonate with the sword presence left behind by Jian Ying Chen Feng. He started to uncontrollably perform 9 exquisite sword moves and entered an unprecedented state. Jian Ying Chen Feng at his peak was too terrifying. His sword essence wasn't something Mu Yu could withstand. Therefore, Mu Yu couldn't control himself and could only be guided. In the beginning, Mu Yu was unable to grasp the key points of the Heaven Sword 9 guides sword formation. That was until Little Shuai and Long Teng, these 2 weirdos, began to use the Wind Zun Heart linking formation to see Mu Yu's evolution of the Heaven Sword 9 guides in her heart. It was also the fight between the 2 that activated the true meaning of Jian Ying Chen Feng's sword formation at Sky Sword Mound. This allowed Mu Yu to grasp the key points of the sword formation. He saw 9 swords dancing in the air. One sword turned into 9 moves, but each sword formed a world of its own. Sky Sword 9 guides was no longer limited to simple moves. It started to become very flexible. All the heavenly swords guarded Mu Yu in all directions. They merged into the void and seemed to dissipate. However, every time Mu Yu took a step forward, a sword would appear around her like a shadow. His swords were hidden in the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth seemed to be his sword. In the sword formation of the 9 heavenly sword guides, his every movement was like a thunderstorm, as if there were thousands of sword chi sweeping over. The formation markings around him were no longer cryptic runes, but intricate sword shadows. Whenever his fingertips brushed across these sword shadow formation markings, a sharp sword force would appear out of thin air and slash down. In the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation, Mu Yu did not have a sword in his hand, but the sword force had already fused into his body, becoming a part of him. With a single thought, he could pull out a heavenly sword from every part of his body. So that's how it is. This is the sword formation of the 9 Heaven Sword Guides. Mu Yu was completely immersed in the sword formation, feeling the brand new Sky Sword 9 Guides. In this sword formation, the swords had already become one with him. His swords were spread throughout the entire sword formation. Once someone entered the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation, they could be severely injured by Mu Yu's heavenly swords at any time. Unknowingly, 5 days and 5 nights had passed. Mu Yu was still immersed in the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation. The sword scars on the rocky mound were chaotic, but they did not lose their flamboyance. With an unruly aura, they enveloped Mu Yu within. On the morning of the 6th day, a ray of sunlight from the east suddenly shone on Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The cold light of life and death streaked across his eyes, then transformed into sword chi. His gaze reflected the rising sun. In his eyes, there seemed to be a figure practicing the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword technique under the rising sun. His aura had already begun to rise high, like a heavenly sword, showing off its sharpness, pointing straight to the clouds. Then, he suddenly withdrew his aura back into his body. His eyes were as deep as the sea, without any ripples. Boom! All the rocks engraved with sword scars instantly turned to dust. They could not withstand the powerful sword aura of the Sky Sword 9 Guides. It was just that Jianying Chen Feng had purposely prevented the rocks from collapsing. Now, all the sword aura had been drawn by Mu Yu. These normal rocks could no longer maintain their form. They finally entered the fate that they should have been destroyed many years ago. Fate makes fools of people. I didn't think Jianying Chen Feng would still take his things back. With a soft sigh, the middle-aged man's figure slowly appeared beside Mu Yu. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the rocky mound that had become a flat land. The rocks on the mound were blown away by the wind, flying in the air. He could not help but feel pity. Greetings, Senior Formation Heavenly Dao. Mu Yu quickly stood up and bowed. Xiao Shuai and Long Ting had already shrunk back to Mu Yu. How do you know who I am? Formation Heavenly Dao did not look at Mu Yu. It was as if he was talking to himself. The only person from the Array faction who can travel through the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation is Senior, Mu Yu said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Formation Heavenly Dao nodded slightly. So, why did Jianying Chen Feng's disciple, the famous Mu Yu, come to the Formation Heavenly Dao? Did your master ask you to take back the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword formation? Even though her identity was exposed, Mu Yu remained indifferent. She didn't show any signs of panic. Formation Heavenly Dao's aura was very strong. He did not want to underestimate him. Senior, you must be joking. My master did not ask me to take back anything. I only found out that my master left the Sky Sword mound here after joining the Formation Heavenly Dao. Mu Yu spoke the truth. Formation Heavenly Dao's eyes flashed with a strange light like the stars. After a long while, he said, "Back then, your master and I competed in formation skills here. I lost to the Sky Sword 9 Guides. He agreed to leave the Sky Sword 9 Guides sword 9 Guides on the rocks here for me to study. In exchange, I helped him set up the immortal confinement prison. Now, I'm afraid his cultivation has been mostly devoured by the immortal confinement prison." Mu Yu's heart jumped. He raised his head and looked at Formation Heavenly Dao. Don't be surprised. There were 6 people who set up the immortal confinement prison. Other than me, there was Xie Bulao, Deadwood Evergreen, Phantom Qingyu, your master himself, and someone from the 3rd Palace. The 5 of us became the guardians while your master was the eye of the formation. Formation Heavenly Dao pondered. It turned out that the Guardian of the Array was not the only title of the Master of the Threefold Palace. Mu Yu had always thought that the Guardian of the Threefold Palace was a unique title. Senior, why are you telling me this? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. The immortal confinement prison was a powerful formation of heaven and earth. It connected all humans in the Moyun mountain range. Such a powerful formation required 5 people with outstanding formation skills. But Mu Yu didn't understand why Formation Heavenly Tao would suddenly tell him this. He already knew this. You coming here means Deadwood Evergreen is dead, right? Formation Heavenly Tao asked quietly. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Hatred surged from the bottom of his heart again. Deadwood Daddy's death was his greatest pain. He desperately wanted to avenge Deadwood Daddy. But he was so weak. He couldn't face the giant Stargate alone. I'm very sorry. His cultivation wasn't high, but his formation skills put me to shame. He's one of the few people worthy of my praise. Formation Heavenly Tao's tone carried a trace of regret. He turned around to look at Mu Yu. His eyes shone with starlight. Mu Yu felt his body sink into an endless starry sky. The black and white spirit power in his body began to circulate. Demon sealing formation of the 9th heavens. I knew Jian Ying and Chen Feng would do this. Formation Heavenly Tao looked deeply at Mu Yu. Senior, can you help me break the formation? Mu Yu clenched his teeth. This was something that he had always dreamed of. As long as he could unlock the 9 heavens sealing demon formation, he would be able to use Spirit Lord Mu Yumeng's life and death blink ability to revive Deadwood's father. I can, but you need to help the Formation sect survive this calamity. Formation Heavenly Tao stared at Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't understand. Formation Heavenly Tao's formation skills had reached an extraordinary level. But Mu Yu was only an out-of-body stage cultivator. He was insignificant in front of the Talisman Grandmaster, not to mention the giant Stargate behind him. Why would Formation Heavenly Tao ask him for help? I'm stupid. With Senior's formation skills, how could the Talisman Grandmaster have any advantage? Mu Yu said in a low voice. The lifespan of a cultivator is limited. I've reached the end of my lifespan. No matter how strong I am, who would be afraid of me after I die? Formation Heavenly Tao waved his hand. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed. Mu Yu was standing in a forest. Yellow leaves fell. He was old. Senior's lifespan has reached the end. Mu Yu was stunned. But he suddenly discovered an even stranger phenomenon. This forest was covered in strange formation patterns. They flowed in the air like water waves. Layers of waves rose and fell. When these patterns flowed through Mu Yu's body, he could clearly feel that they were very sticky. It was as if every cell in his body had slowed down. My lifespan reached its end 10 years ago. I've been waiting for your arrival. Formation Heavenly Tao sat cross-legged on the ground. Leaves had piled up on his shoulders. He sat there without moving for a long time. 10 years. Formation Heavenly Tao reached the end of his lifespan 10 years ago. Then how did he appear here? Senior, I don't really understand. Mu Yu shook his head. He only came here to find Formation Heavenly Tao to undo the 9 heavens demon sealing formation. If it wasn't for Deadwood's father's death, he wouldn't have come here. Could it be that Formation Heavenly Tao had predicted all of this? To put it simply, I used a special method to survive. I used the Against the Star Sky array and saw everything in the future. I paid the price for it. But it was also at that moment that I knew you could change the fate of the array sect. Formation Heavenly Tao stared at Mu Yu. Against the Star Sky array? What's that? Mu Yu had never heard of this array. Your understanding of arrays is still too narrow. Arrays can not only be used to attack, but also to protect the foundation of a sect. It can also be used to predict the fate of a person or a sect. By peering into the future, one can turn misfortune into fortune and avoid misfortune, Formation Heavenly Tao explained slowly. The Against the Star Sky array can predict a person's future? Mu Yu was shocked. If it could predict a person's future, then it could help that person avoid misfortune and make the most beneficial choice. 10 years ago, my lifespan had reached its end. I used the last of my life to predict the fate of the array sect. I realized that no matter how the array sect developed, it would be destroyed. The only turning point was you. I saw that you would come to find me because of this. So I thought of a way to survive and waited for you here. Me? I am only an out-of-body cultivator. What can I do? Mu Yu was very surprised. The array divination showed that the array sect was about to fall into a dangerous situation. The only person who can continue the array sect's legacy must be someone who can break through the 8 trigrams, control fear, and climb the stairway to heaven with 8 steps. What I find laughable is that this person is not a true disciple of the array sect. Formation Heavenly Tao laughed at himself. When Mu Yu first arrived at the array sect and chose to break through the 8 trigrams, Formation Heavenly Tao already knew about Mu Yu's identity through the Against the Star Sky array. He just didn't say anything. Mu Yu didn't speak. Instead, he waited for Formation Heavenly Tao to finish. He knew that when he was breaking through the 4th trigram, he was breaking through the 8th trigram that no array sect disciple had broken through for many years. This method of breaking through the 8 trigrams surprised me. I thought you would be able to break through all of them. I'm sure Deadwood Evergreen's death caused you a lot of pain. Formation Heavenly Tao said slowly. Senior, thank you for helping me stabilize Deadwood Daddy's soul. Mu Yu thanked from the bottom of his heart. The spirit anchoring formation is far more powerful than you can imagine. You will understand when you learn it completely one day. I only helped because I have a favor to ask of you. Formation Heavenly Tao didn't hide anything. But I still don't understand. There are so many powerful masters in the array sect. They are all much stronger than me. Why me? Mu Yu didn't feel anything when he found out that he had broken through the 8th trigram. He didn't like the way it was done. Chapter 446. There are countless array guardians in the array sect, but the core guardian array is actually the array hall. In the entire array sect, I'm the only one who truly knows how to unleash the power of the array hall. However, I can't leave this place, so this responsibility falls on you. Array Heavenly Tao placed all his hopes on Mu Yu. However, this responsibility was too great. Mu Yu was only at the out-of-body stage. Even a Carnate Array Master could take care of him. How could he fight against the entire Talisman Grandmaster and Stargate? Senior, do you know who is a spy for the Talisman Grandmaster? Mu Yu asked. Array Heavenly Tao shook his head. I can see the entire array sect, but I can't hear anything from the outside world. The Talisman Grandmaster is very cunning. They wouldn't choose to meet in the array sect to discuss anything. The array hall interferes with my array. To be safe, I sealed the connection between the array hall and myself. Therefore, it was Zhuge Xiaosheng who told me when you used the 8 steps to the heavens. Then how do I control the array hall to fight against the Talisman Grandmaster? Mu Yu knew that if he wanted Array Heavenly Tao to help him break the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Array, he had to help the array sect get through this crisis. Actually, when Array Heavenly Tao helped Deadwood Daddy stabilize the soul-stabilizing array, Mu Yu had already decided to help the array sect. Controlling the array hall requires 20 Carnate Array Masters to hold the fort. Then, you can command the entire array hall. As long as you control all the array formations of the array sect, you can resist the Talisman Grandmaster's invasion. The array hall is very powerful. It has abilities beyond your imagination. You will understand when the time comes. Our array sect and Mu Cheng Hong, the only Carnate disciple, can form 20 people. 20 Carnate Array Masters? Mu Yu's heart sank. The array faction only had 19 Xiantian Array Masters. Including the Xiantian disciple Mu Cheng Hong, there were exactly 20 people. However, Mu Cheng Hong and Sichu Yangtian were from the Talisman faction. How could Mu Yu be at ease letting them hold the fort? Senior, don't you know that Mu Cheng Hong and Sichu Yangtian are spies from the Talisman Grandmaster? Although Mu Yu did not have any evidence to prove that the two of them were spies, he had to say it because it was a serious matter and he could not take the risk. They are spies. Lin Tiandao was shocked. He really didn't know about this. Mu Yu explained in detail how he followed the Talisman sect spy. Array Heavenly Tao's expression darkened. The divination said that you have a 40% chance of saving Array sect. So that's where the problem lies. Sigh. Does the heavens want to destroy my Array sect? Without enough Xiantian Array masters to hold the fort, the Array Hall was unable to activate its defensive measures. Even the Array faction's only hope was destroyed. Mu Yu remained silent. There was nothing he could do about the fact that there was a spy among the Carnate Array masters of the Array faction. However, he suddenly thought of a method. This method was very risky, so he had to try it. Mu Yu pondered for a while and said, "Senior, I'll do my best. However, I need you to teach me a powerful array technique. As long as you can help me, I may have a way to reverse this situation." "What array technique?" Array Heavenly Dao frowned. "The Soul Array. It can control a Carnate Array Master's array technique." Mu Yu said word by word. He had the Soul Wood in his possession, so he could use it to control others. However, the controlled person's cultivation had to be lower than his, or it would be useless. If he couldn't use the Soul Wood to control Situ Yangtian and Mu Chenghong, he would have to use the Soul Array instead. The array technique could amplify the effects of the Soul Wood and achieve a better control effect. He had once read through the Array sect's records and found that the Soul Array was listed as a forbidden array by Array Heavenly Dao. All Array sect disciples weren't allowed to learn it, and only Array Heavenly Dao knew how to set it up. If Mu Yu wanted to use the Soul Array to control more people, he would have to learn how to set it up. Now that there was a spy among the Carnate Array masters, he had to control this spy and have him help hold the fort. Only then would he be able to control the Array Hall to resist the enemy. "I understand what you mean." Array Heavenly Dao nodded silently. "Do you know why I listed the Soul Array as a forbidden array? Because it goes against human logic." Mu Yu answered. "That's only one of the reasons. The Soul Array is different from the Talisman sect's Soul Talisman. No matter how powerful the Talisman sect's Soul Talisman is, it can only control a person for 4 hours. After that, the Talisman technique will lose its effect. Their Talisman techniques are completely useless. However, the Divine Soul Array was different. It could control anyone who entered the array. Once the person who entered the array was imprinted with a spiritual imprint, even if that person exited the array, they would still be controlled. As long as the Soul Array isn't destroyed, they won't be able to break free from the control." Array Heavenly Dao explained slowly. Mu Yu was slightly shocked. When he used the Soul Wood to control others, he couldn't do it as he pleased, nor could he control a person forever. However, the Soul Array could do it. "This array is too scary. When your master and I created this array, we realized that it couldn't be used on humans, so we destroyed it." Array Heavenly Dao said plainly. "Master and Senior created the Soul Array together?" Mu Yu was shocked. He thought of the slave pill. It had similar effects as the Soul Array. That was also invented by Feng Haochen. Array Heavenly Dao nodded. "Your master wanted to end the conflict between human and the humans, so not only did he create the Soul Array with me, he also created the slave pill with Deadwood Evergreen. Unfortunately, it all failed. We discovered the problem. Both the Soul Array and the slave pill used the Soul Wood as the source. The Soul Wood is a plant after all. How could it be effective on human?" "Wait. You're saying my master and Deadwood Daddy created the slave pill?" Mu Yu was shocked again. "Deadwood Daddy never told me this." Mu Yu suddenly felt a deep sense of hatred. Deadwood's father and his master had developed a slave pill for the sake of the human race. But in the end, someone had actually used the slave pill on the two of them. One was Gui Shenyu, the other was Tian Bu Waiting. Because of the Heaven and Earth Array, his master couldn't be controlled at all. However, Deadwood Daddy was only in the Jindan period. He couldn't resist Tian Bu Waiting at all. Deadwood Daddy was from the Pill Cauldron sect. The sect's alchemists must have gotten the slave pill recipe from him. Array Heavenly Dao looked deeply at Mu Yu and asked, "How did Deadwood Evergreen die?" Mu Yu clenched his fists. Tian Bu Waiting used the slave pill to control him. He killed an extreme immortal and was killed by the third layer palace. Array Heavenly Dao was silent for a long time before saying, "This is karma. He should have known the dangers of this pill. This isn't karma. Deadwood Daddy and my master both had good intentions. Mu Yu was a bit angry. Array Heavenly Dao's words seemed to be accusing Deadwood of asking for his own death and not worthy of sympathy. However, this wasn't Deadwood Daddy's fault. He was only following Feng Haochen's plan to create the slave pill to control human and end the conflict between humans and human. You and my master also had good intentions when you created the soul array. Isn't that right? Mu Yu said again. You have to understand one thing. Some heaven-defying things will go against the will of the heavens. Whether it was the slave pill or the soul array, perhaps they had good intentions, but once they were misused, they would become a scourge. When I say karma, I don't mean that Deadwood Evergreen deserved to die. His death is inevitable, just like how I will die. Array Heavenly Dao said slowly. Mu Yu knew this already. Deadwood Daddy told him that the guardian of the third layer palace would kill Array Heavenly Dao as well in order to take control of the prison and stop Feng Haochen from recovering. Deadwood Evergreen was a very talented person. Although his personality wasn't very likable and even I didn't like to talk to him, he was very powerful. To be able to reach the top in Pill Dao and Formation Dao is already very rare. His biggest mistake was helping your master, just like me. Mu Yu glared at Array Heavenly Dao, disliking his words more and more. Why was helping my master a mistake? Array Heavenly Dao seemed to have thought of something and had a self-deprecating smile. Your master helped the human race and crossed the bottom line of the third layer palace. He wanted to end the war between the humans and the human forever. How could the third layer palace allow this to happen? Unfortunately, when I helped your master set up the immortal confinement prison, I didn't find out about the third layer palace's scheme. The immortal confinement prison is a formation of heaven and earth. When it was set up, its aura was connected to the guardians. Me, Deadwood Evergreen, Xie Bulao, and the third layer palace master all knew about the immortal confinement prison like the back of our hands. Just a few months ago, when Jian Ying and Chen Feng returned to the immortal confinement prison, we all felt something strange. We discovered that Jian Ying and Chen Feng actually had enough power to resist the corrosion of the immortal confinement prison. It was even very likely that he could break the immortal confinement prison and recover his cultivation. Mu Yu obviously knew about this because he followed Deadwood Daddy's instructions to find the underworld grass. He used the underworld grass terrifying life force to deal with the damage the immortal confinement prison had done to his master's Dantian. This was what we all wanted to see. Because the immortal confinement prison couldn't trap the human, they had already escaped from the Moyun Mountains. The third layer continent was about to have a bloodbath. If Jianying Chen Feng could recover his cultivation at this time, it would be a huge blow to the human. If it wasn't for Deadwood Evergreen's death, I wouldn't even have found out about the third layer palace's terrifying scheme. Array Heavenly Dao's tone became more and more serious with a hint of anger. After Deadwood Evergreen's death, something happened to the immortal confinement prison. It became unstable and the prison's power was evenly split between me, Xie Bulao, and the third layer palace's guardian. The third layer palace's guardian was the leader. It was also at that time that I understood that the guardian of the formation was an irreplaceable part of the immortal confining prison. The master of the three palaces was the guide of this formation. If Xie Bulao and I were to die, then the guardian of the three palaces would have complete control over this formation and your master. Mu Yu knew about this. Array Heavenly Dao only found out about this after Deadwood Daddy's death. Deadwood Daddy knew about this from the start and sent Mu Yu to find Array Heavenly Dao. The moment after Deadwood Evergreen's death, the immortal confinement prison connected the minds of all the guardians. I saw the terrifying scheme of the threefold palace's guardians, and I also understood their true colors. I also knew that the threefold palace was the mastermind behind the war between the human race and the human demons. They only wanted to obtain powerful soul power to consolidate their position. Although I only saw it for a moment, that bit of information let Xie Bulao and I know that the third layer palace's master was plotting to kill the two of us. Chapter 447. The dead leaves in the forest fell on Mu Yu's body, but Mu Yu's heart was faintly burning. It's right that withered tree evergreen didn't tell you about the slave pill because the pill formula was obtained by the guardian of the third palace. The guardian of the third palace isn't a good person. He used the slave pill to control a group of death warriors and used them to punish those who don't obey. Formation Heavenly Dao snorted. Not many people in the cultivation world knew about this. Everyone basically worshipped Threefold Palace as a god. However, the slave pill has its drawbacks. Even though it's more powerful than the God's Soul Talisman, the pill contains God's Soul Wood. The wood will slowly erode a person's body and severely shorten their lifespan. Therefore, those who are controlled by the slave pill won't live long. The lucky ones will live for 10 years while the unlucky ones will only live for 1 or 2 years. This isn't something they want to see. Mu Yu remembered that the God's Soul Wood did have this effect. The God's soul would controlled its prey's consciousness to capture it and then devour it to turn it into its own nutrients. If the slave pill used the God's soul wood as the main ingredient, it would have this drawback as well. He thought of Chingsong Taoist who was controlled by the slave pill. Luckily, his master found a way to dissolve the power of the slave pill in Chingsong Taoist's body. Formation Heavenly Dao pondered for a moment and continued, the slave pill has its drawbacks but the God's soul array doesn't. I believe you understand what the God's soul array means now? The Threefold Palace has its eyes on the God's soul array? Mu Yu asked in a low voice. If the God's soul array could perfectly control everyone who enters, the Threefold Palace wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Just like how I saw the memories of the Threefold Palace's master, he also knew about me, Jian Ying, and Chen Feng creating the God's soul array. The God's soul array's prototype is the same as the God's soul talisman. It has always had its drawbacks but I secretly perfected it and made it perfect. I didn't tell anyone about this but I know the Threefold Palace's guardian found out. Therefore, not only did he come to kill me, he also came for my divine soul array. Mu Yu took a deep breath. If the masters of the 3 palaces knew how to set up the complete divine soul array, no one in the world would be able to go against their will. They wouldn't even need to beat around the bush to create a war between the human race and the human demon race. They could just directly control the human race to kill each other. What do you plan to do with this array formation? Mu Yu suddenly regretted bringing up this array formation. This array formation should not have existed in this world. With the existence of the 3-layered palaces, the divine soul array would become a tool to help the Avildor do evil. I won't tell him the complete divine soul array, but I'll teach you. The guardian of the Threefold Palace is also an array master. I don't know how much of my memories have been spied on by him, but if he relies on my memories to create a divine soul array, he will use the divine soul array to control everyone. I hope you can use your own array techniques to break the abacus of the 3-layered palaces and break this array formation. Mu Yu nodded. The Divine Soul Array formation was known to have the same drawbacks as the Divine Soul Talisman and the Slave Pill. Only the Array Heavenly Dao knew about the perfect Divine Soul Array and the guardian of the 3-layered palaces. I won't let the 3-layered palaces get away with their scheme. Mu Yu was never afraid of trouble. Ever since he found out that Deadwood Daddy was deliberately killed by the 3-layered palaces, he and the 3-layered palaces would not rest until one of them was dead. Your cultivation is too low. Even if I teach you how to set up the Divine Soul Array, you can't directly control people with higher cultivation than you. You need at least the help of a Carnate Array Master. I'll let Zhuge Xiaosheng help you. No need, I just need Master Lu's help. I trust him. Mu Yu said. Okay, I'll teach you how to set up the Divine Soul Array. But now you have to learn the array techniques of the Array Hall. The array techniques of the Array Hall are ever-changing. It gathers the most complete array techniques in the world. You'll need at least a year to learn it. The Array Hall was the foundation of the Array sect. Mu Yu had already seen how magical it was. As long as the Array Hall was not broken, the Array sect would not be destroyed. But there are only 20 days left until the talisman competition. There's not enough time. I don't know if I can learn anything from you. Mu Yu looked at the withered leaves dancing in the air. To learn array techniques that would have taken a year to master in 20 days was like gambling on luck. But since the array faction had already reached the point of life and death, he could only try. Time is not a problem. I'll teach you personally for a year. Let's see how much you can learn in a year. The array Heavenly Dao said after pondering for a while. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the array Heavenly Dao in confusion. A year? If I learn for a year, the array sect would have become the talisman sect's territory. The talisman sect had been eyeing the array sect for a long time. They started planning 10 years ago. But because of the existence of the array Heavenly Dao, they didn't make a move. They chose to make a move now because the guardian of the third palace found out about the array Heavenly Dao's secret when Kumu Changqing died. He passed this information to the talisman sect. Although the array Heavenly Dao wasn't from the immortal sect, his array techniques were still feared by the third palace. If he didn't know about the array Heavenly Dao's current situation, he wouldn't have helped the talisman sect. Do you know why this array is called the flowing water on fingertips? The array Heavenly Dao's eyes shone with a strange light. Why? The flowing water on fingertips means that time is like flowing water here. It has a form and can be controlled. The array Heavenly Dao said meaningfully, there are 25 days until the talisman competition. I can turn these 25 days into a year in the flowing water on fingertips. This array can change the flow of time in the outside world. Mu Yu was shocked. If the array Heavenly Dao could turn 25 days into a year, wouldn't that mean he could cultivate 10 times longer than others? The array Heavenly Dao looked proud. Many self-cultivators pursue immortality. There are 2 ways to achieve immortality. One is to have a perfect 5 elements body like your master. Unfortunately, there are too few people with this body. The other is to use your supreme cultivation to forcefully change the laws of time. You can transcend time and prevent your body from being corroded by time. I spent my entire life on this and finally used the supreme array Dao to break free from the shackles of time. Self-cultivators had a much longer lifespan than mortals. But no matter who it was, no matter how high their cultivation was or how strong their body was, time would slowly erode the balance of the 5 elements in their body. This would cause the god of death to descend upon them and take away their life. However, if someone could control time and allow themselves to transcend time and not be corroded by time, then they would be able to obtain a true body of eternal life. But time is also one of the ethereal Heavenly Dao. If you want to deceive the Heavenly Dao, you will have to pay a price. Just like me right now. Though I don't have to suffer the torment of life and death, I can only become a statue. I can no longer walk or participate in the game of time. Once I leave this place, time will erode me instantly. The array Heavenly Dao's face was full of regret. He used his supreme array Dao to communicate with the ethereal laws of time. However, time was too mysterious and he couldn't fully grasp it. Because of this, he had no choice but to live on in another way. The array Heavenly Dao extended his finger and gently drew across the air. Small ripples appeared on his fingertip. Many years ago, my lifespan came to an end. However, I have been using arrays to hang on to my last breath. This array is called the flowing water on fingertips. I spent my entire life to create it. Here, I can slow down my aging and alter the flow of time at will to escape the shackles of death. However, I cannot leave this place. Even back at the Heavenly Sword Mound, I placed a shadow there to drag you here. Escape the shackles of death. What a powerful array technique. Mu Yu was very curious about the flowing water on fingertips. Array Heavenly Dao created such a heaven-defying array to alter his own death and achieve immortality. Who would have thought an array technique could have such a powerful effect? Zhen Tiandao shook his head. You don't have to be so envious. Being in this formation is a living hell. It's more like living on the edge of death. I can't do anything but watch the bustling world outside operate. I can only be a bystander. Whether the array sect is destroyed or destroyed, I can't do anything. This way of obtaining immortality is too torturous. The flowing water on fingertips array gave array Heavenly Dao endless life but also isolated him from the rest of the world. He couldn't cultivate, couldn't leave, and could only sigh on the side when the array sect was destroyed. It was as if he was trapped between life and death, unable to move. Mu Yu was silent. If he was given this method of immortality, he wouldn't want it either. This kind of living situation was more like a dead person. You can't experience the joy of life. It's like being trapped in a prison and facing the same thing every day. That kind of life is too lonely. Now that the array sect is on the brink of death, Zhuge Xiaosheng and the others can't turn the situation around. Only the array hall can protect the array sect. You will have an extra year of time compared to others. I hope you can use this year well. Array Heavenly Dao stared at Mu Yu. He had no choice but to put the fate of the array sect in the hands of an outsider. Mu Yu thought about it for a while and raised his head. The flowing water on fingertips uses you as the eye of the array. Its true effect can only be seen on you. If you spend your time on me, what will happen to you? Death. Array Heavenly Dao said softly. The word death sounded so insignificant when it came out of his mouth. It was as if it was a simple thing without any burden. Mu Yu was a little startled. You created the flowing water on fingertips to escape death. Why are you willing to die? He really didn't understand this. Array Heavenly Dao saw through the laws of time and created an array for himself. This meant that Array Heavenly Dao was afraid of death. But now, he was willing to die. Why was that? Many years ago, I used this method to obtain immortality. I was waiting for you so that you could save the array sect. After the array sect survives this ordeal, I will no longer need to lie to the heavens. I can walk into the embrace of death in peace. Array Heavenly Dao smiled. He wasn't afraid of death, he was waiting for Mu Yu's arrival. In order to prevent the destruction of the array sect, he hid in the flowing water array at his fingertips and lived like a walking corpse. This kind of living was actually quite painful, and death was a kind of release. I can agree to your conditions. But can you help me undo the array of the ninth heaven? If you die, how can I get what I want? Mu Yu didn't forget why he came here. No matter how dangerous the array sect was, it had nothing to do with him. He was only here for the array of the ninth heaven. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I will teach you all the arrays I know. If you can learn them, you will know how to undo the array of the ninth heaven. When that happens, you won't need me. Right now, I can only move my upper body. I can't help you like this. Array Heavenly Dao shook his head. He had escaped death so he couldn't do anything else. The flowing water on fingertips had sealed his cultivation. This was the best solution. They both needed each other's help so they had to use this method. To Mu Yu, this was a win-win situation. Mu Yu was silent for a while. Okay, I will do my best to help the array sect survive this crisis. The threefold palace wanted the array sect to die. He wanted the array sect to survive. The key to the survival of the array sect was for Mu Yu to receive the inheritance of Array Heavenly Dao and control the array hall. He would be the last line of defense for the array sect. Chapter 448. The leaves in the forest continued to dance in the air, landing on formation Heavenly Dao and Mu Yu from time to time. However, the two of them ignored it. The array hall was the core of the entire array sect. It was set up by the array ancestor and the talisman ancestor when the array glyph sect was founded. After the array glyph sect split, formation Heavenly Dao rearranged all the formations in the array hall to prevent the talisman sect from spying on them. Although the talisman sect has been growing stronger in recent years, and even has more carnate talisman masters than us, they don't have talents like us. Therefore, they can't take down the array hall with their abilities. It's useless even if they have the help of the triple palace. Formation Heavenly Dao expressed his disdain for the talisman sect's actions. If he could control the array hall, he wouldn't be afraid even if the triple palace's guardian came personally. Senior, since you could foresee the destruction of the array sect, why didn't you tell the sect master earlier and let him think of a way to avoid it? Asked Mu Yu. Formation Heavenly Dao shook his head. The array sect has such a calamity in its life. It must endure it to continue living. The turning point of this calamity lies with you, not anyone else in the array sect. If we don't survive this calamity, it will come back to haunt the array sect sooner or later. If I told Zhuge Xiaosheng to avoid the talisman sect scheme this time, I would have missed you. When the next calamity befalls the array sect, I won't have the ability to find someone else to help the array sect. Therefore, I chose to keep the array sect's calamity a secret. I didn't even tell Zhuge Xiaosheng. The karma of the heavenly Tao was unavoidable. The array sect had to go through this calamity to continue living. Formation Heavenly Tao, who had peeked into the laws of heaven and earth, knew this all too well. Besides, Mu Yu was the disciple of Jianying Chenfeng and Deadwood Evergreen. This was one of the reasons why Formation Heavenly Tao had chosen him. Formation Heavenly Tao couldn't stand up. The only thing he could move was his hands. The flowing water array at his fingertips was filled with ripple-like array patterns. Under the guidance of the array Heavenly Tao, these array patterns quickly enveloped Mu Yu. Mu Yu felt as if he had stepped into a new world. The scenery around him began to change dramatically. He could even clearly see the movement of the wind blowing through the treetops and the trajectory of the leaves. As long as he wanted to, he could even make everything stop. Let's begin. The voice of the heavenly array Tao echoed in Mu Yu's mind. It was so clear that Mu Yu couldn't help but tremble. A pair of deep and boundless eyes appeared before him. This pair of eyes seemed to contain all things in the world. Many rays of light flashed in his eyes, and each ray of light was like a small world. It was overwhelming. Then, a ray of light as bright as a star shot into Mu Yu's mind from the pair of eyes. Thousands of mysterious array patterns instantly filled Mu Yu's mind. Each pattern was a mysterious array technique. These array techniques were all-encompassing and contained the knowledge of the array Heavenly Tao. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. The divine soul array you want is here. If you can successfully take over the array palace, you can even use it to control everyone in the array sect, including the sect leader, Zhuge Xiaosheng. Your cultivation is still lacking, so you must be careful when using the divine soul array. I know that you have Spirit Lord Yu Meng's sacred item, which can transform into countless divine soul trees. However, if you use these divine soul trees on everyone, your mental strength will not be able to withstand it. So, don't try to control everyone. The array Heavenly Tao pointed his finger again and a complex array pattern entered Mu Yu's mind. This was the complete array of the divine soul array. Using this array, the power of the divine soul trees could be distributed to everyone. As long as someone entered the array, they would be controlled by Mu Yu. I understand. I just want to control Sichu Yangtian and Mu Chenghong. Mu Yu didn't plan to control everyone. As long as he controlled Sichu Yangtian and Mu Chenghong, he could basically guarantee that he could successfully take over the array palace. However, Mu Yu suddenly hesitated. He understood why his master didn't teach him array techniques. If Mu Yumeng learned the divine soul array, he would be invincible on the battlefield. The divine soul trees could be avoided, but the complete divine soul array was different. Its power was too strong. However, Mu Yu quickly suppressed his hesitation. This war was no longer a simple race war. It was a tool for insidious villains. The only thing he could do was use array techniques to stop this war. The rest will depend on your luck. Learn as much as you can from me in a year. The array Heavenly Tao's voice gradually weakened. It was as if he was blown further and further away by the wind until he disappeared. Complex and mysterious array patterns flashed past Mu Yu's eyes. There were so many array techniques to learn that he even felt that a year's time was rather tight. However, at this moment, Mu Yu had completely forgotten the passage of time. He had seen so many array techniques that he was completely engrossed in them. He absorbed the essence of the array Tao. The array Heavenly Tao looked at Mu Yu, who was enveloped by the ripples of time. His expression remained calm. Mu Yu's talent was in line with his expectations. He was indeed qualified to receive his inheritance. The aura on his body slowly weakened. If he used the law of time on others, he would be in imminent danger. I hope I can last until then. The array Heavenly Tao sighed. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed in the outside world. However, a year had passed in the flowing water. The array Heavenly Tao had already told the story of Mu Yu to Zhuge Xiaosheng. All the previous teachers knew that Mu Yu was currently learning array techniques from the array Heavenly Tao in the Forbidden Forest. Nobody dared to disturb them. The date of the talisman competition was getting closer and closer. The entire array sect began to treat this matter seriously. Every year, the competition would be held in different sects. This year, it was the array sect's turn to hold it. Both sects attached great importance to the talisman formation competition because it was a good opportunity to prove whether the talisman Dao or the array Dao was superior. The competition was divided into 9 rounds. It was a competition between Hutian, Zhongtian, and Carnate disciples. The winner would be the one who defeated the opponent using array techniques against talisman techniques. There were a total of 9 rounds. The sect that won the most rounds would be the winner. The competition had rules regarding cultivation levels. The Hutian disciples participating in the competition must not exceed the Jindan period. The Zhongtian disciples must not exceed the Yuanying period and the Carnate disciples must not exceed the out-of-body period. However, because there were always new disciples joining the sect, most of the new disciples' cultivation levels were very low. Even Carnate disciples or Zhongtian disciples could be at the Jindan period. Therefore, as long as this rule was used reasonably, one could send out more talented Zhongtian disciples from the Jindan period to represent the Hutian disciples. One could also send out Carnate disciples from the Yuanying period to represent the Zhongtian disciples. This was an unspoken rule of the talisman competition. In other words, the talisman competition was more like a competition between Jindan stage cultivators, Yuanying stage cultivators, out-of-body stage cultivators, out-of-body stage cultivators, and out-of-body stage cultivators. In the array hall, the 19 Carnate array masters sat upright. They were all discussing who would be participating in the competition. When it came to Feng Mu, who had been in the limelight recently, everyone had different opinions. The Carnate array masters of the array faction had a huge disagreement on who to choose because they did not know which level to place the talented Feng Mu in the competition. Zhuge Xiaosheng pondered for a while and said, "Feng Mu is now in seclusion with the Patriarch. His appearance means that our victory over the Talisman Grandmaster is just around the corner. What kind of disciple do you think Feng Mu should participate in the competition this year?" Feng Mu's cultivation level was only at the Jindan period. This was known to all. He already had the talent of a Carnate disciple, but his actual identity was still that of a Zhongtian disciple. Moreover, his cultivation level met the requirements of a Hutian disciple. Therefore, he could participate in any level of disciple. The saying 100 pairs referred to people like him. Since Feng Mu was able to escape from the Talisman Grandmaster, Mo Ziming, with his Jindan period cultivation level and talisman skills, we can let him participate as a Zhongtian disciple. He should have a chance of winning. Master Xia said. She thought very highly of Feng Mu. Since even the Talisman Grandmaster, Mo Ziming, couldn't do anything to Feng Mu, then it would be even more impossible for the Talisman Grandmaster to defeat him. She even had a little extravagant hope that Feng Mu could defeat the Talisman Grandmaster with his superb array skills. Don't joke about his Jindan period cultivation. No matter how good his talent in array skills is, the gap in cultivation level can't be made up for. The fact that he escaped from Mo Ziming's pursuit means that he was lucky, but it doesn't mean that he can really fight a nascent soul grandmaster head-on. Letting him participate in the Hutian disciple competition is the best choice. Don't you think so, Master Lu? Sichu Yangtian glanced at Master Lu. I agree with Sichu Yangtian. What Sichu Yangtian didn't expect was that Master Lu surprisingly didn't refute his words. Instead, he agreed. Master Lu continued, Feng Mu's cultivation level is only at the Jindan period. We can't let him participate in the Zhongtian disciple competition. The Talisman Grandmaster's disciples are all at the nascent soul stage. They won't let Feng Mu grow up. If Feng Mu is seriously injured by the Talisman Grandmaster and suffers some hidden disease, wouldn't it ruin his future? At first, Master Lu really hoped that Mu Yu could participate in the Zhongtian disciple competition. However, since Mu Yu was almost killed by Mo Ziming when he was out in the field, he dispelled the idea of letting Mu Yu participate in this year's array talisman competition. The talisman grandmaster had lost for so many years. It didn't matter if they lost again this year. However, if something happened to Feng Mu because of the array talisman competition, it would be a big loss for a small gain. Sichu Yangtian looked at Master Lu. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. It seems that we can only let Feng Mu participate in the Hutian disciple competition. If he participates in the competition between Hutian disciples, he will at least win. Master Redwater said. Although Mu Yu was a Zhongtian disciple, because his cultivation level was only at the Jindan period, there was no problem for him to participate in the Hutian disciple competition. In order to win, it didn't matter if he played a little tricks. I'm most worried that the people from the talisman sect will come up with some scheme to frame Feng Mu. In my opinion, we should hide him this year and not let him participate in the competition. When Feng Mu has sufficient cultivation next year, he can participate in the talisman formation competition. He will definitely be able to hold his head high. Another senior Zhong said. The other masters also echoed and agreed with Master Zhong's words. Now Feng Mu had become a treasure of the talisman grandmaster. Because Feng Mu's cultivation level was not enough, everyone didn't want him to take the risk to participate in the array talisman competition. Zhuge Xiaoxing nodded slightly and pondered for a while. How about this? We will wait for Feng Mu to come back from the ancestor's place and ask him if he wants to participate in the Hutian disciple competition. If he doesn't want to, then forget it and let him participate next year. From the beginning to the end, no one wanted to let Mu Yu participate in the Hutian disciple competition. Chapter 449. Feng Mu, you've come out of seclusion? Master Lu was pleasantly surprised. More than 20 days ago, Mu Yu had suddenly disappeared for no reason. He thought it was an accident. Later, he learned from Zhuge Xiaoxing that the formation grandmaster had taken Feng Mu away. Yes, I've come out of seclusion. Thank you for your concern, Master Lu. Mu Yu bowed to Master Lu and then bowed to the other masters. Boy, did you just say that you want to participate in the competition among Carnate disciples? Sichu Yangtian sneered. Humph. You're overestimating yourself. Do you want to die? Sichu Yangtian still had that hateful look on his face. Others praised Mu Yu's talent, but he was the only one who always mocked and ridiculed him. Mu Yu gazed at Sichu Yangtian in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He said without the slightest fear, Master Sichu, I'm not overestimating myself. It's just that I've fought Mo Ziming and have a rough understanding of the strength of the talisman sect's Xiantian disciples. That's why I dared to make this decision. Nonsense. I object. Master Lu shook his head. Mo Ziming is the 71st Supreme Immortal on the Supreme Immortal list. You're lucky to have escaped death. Why do you still want to take the risk? Zhuge Xiaoxing also said, Feng Mu, I know your talent is outstanding and you've been recognized by the Grandmaster, but you have to act according to your ability. Junior brother Lu is right. You're no match for Mo Ziming. Besides, the most powerful Carnate disciple in Talisman sect isn't Mo Ziming, but Ling Zheng, the 67th Supreme Immortal. Last year, Ling Zheng lost to Mu Chenghong in the Talisman competition, but this year, his ranking is higher than Mu Chenghong's. During the competition, we don't even know who our opponent is. If you meet him, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble. Mu Chenghong was now 70th on the Supreme Immortal list. Ling Zheng had lost to Mu Chenghong in the Talisman competition last year, but this year, he had far surpassed him. This was enough to show that Ling Zheng's talisman skills had improved by leaps and bounds in this year, leaving Mu Chenghong 3 ranks behind. Feng Mu, I believe that you will surpass them one day. But before you have the strength, you must learn to be patient and not be too flamboyant. You can participate in the Hutian disciple competition, but you absolutely cannot participate in the Xiantian disciple competition. Master Lu solemnly said. No one was optimistic about Mu Yu, because Mu Yu only had the strength of the Jindan period. No matter how good his array skills were, it was impossible to make up for the difference of two major realms. Actually, Mu Yu could reveal his true cultivation level now because the formation Heavenly Dao had already seen through his identity. It didn't matter even if he admitted that he was Jian Ying's disciple. At most, these array masters from the array faction would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. They wouldn't do anything to Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu had his own plans. He did not intend to alert the enemy. If he wanted to help the array faction through this crisis, he had to use the help of the two spies, Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian. Without them, the array hall wouldn't be able to open and the array faction's last line of defense wouldn't be able to hold. Most importantly, by hiding his cultivation level, he could catch them off guard and attack them when they least expect it. I understand everyone's good intentions, but I have a message from the Patriarch. Please listen to it. Mu Yu gently flicked his finger and a white token appeared in his hand. This white token shone with a pure white brilliance. Mysterious golden runes flowed on it from time to time. The patterns on it were strange and varied. They were as light as water ripples. There was only one word written on the token, array. This word was majestic and carried with it a supreme understanding of array Dao. It made the hearts of all the array masters tremble. Ancestral token? Zhuge Xiaoxing exclaimed. All the array masters quickly stood up and stared at the white token in disbelief. The ancestral token was the identity of the array Heavenly Dao. Seeing it was like seeing the array Heavenly Dao himself. It represented the will of the array Heavenly Dao. The ancestral token shook slightly and ripples spread out in the air. Then, the image of the array Heavenly Dao appeared from the token. His white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back and scanned everyone present. His aura of disdain spread out. Greetings, Patriarch. The moment the 19 array masters saw the image of the array Heavenly Dao, they were all extremely respectful. Then, they all knelt down and kowtowed to their Patriarch. It's just an image. Is there a need for such a big bow? Mu Yu rubbed his nose. He was standing beside the ancestral token, so these people were basically kneeling to him. He felt a little embarrassed. However, in order not to disturb the solemn atmosphere, he straightened his back and looked at everyone seriously. Wow, they're all kneeling. Can I ask you to rise? Little Shuai popped his head out and asked secretly. No, no. Mu Yu pushed Little Shuai's head back. This little guy just loved to take advantage of others. The array Heavenly Dao nodded faintly and said simply, Feng Mu's words represent my will. Whatever he wants to do, you just need to help him. He didn't say much and his voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the entire array palace. It seemed to have an indescribable penetrating power and irresistible authority. All the array masters were in awe. Yes, Patriarch. The 19 array masters responded in unison. The array Heavenly Dao was their spiritual pillar. They didn't dare to go against his words. The array Heavenly Dao's image flashed again and disappeared from the array palace. Only then did Zhuge Xiaoxing and the others stand up and look at each other. They didn't expect Mu Yu to receive the ancestral token of the array Heavenly Dao. Zhuge Xiaoxing and the others sat down again. The way they looked at Mu Yu also changed. In the past, the array Heavenly Dao had never given the token to anyone. But Mu Yu had only followed the array Heavenly Dao for a few days and received the token. This made them very envious. Zhuge Xiaoxing sighed softly. Feng Mu, since the ancestral master has said so, we will respect your choice. But I hope you can think twice before you act. The Talisman sect is very ruthless in the array talisman competition. They won't show any mercy. Mu Yu nodded. I know it's dangerous, but I know what I'm doing. Please don't worry. Seeing Mu Yu's insistence, no one said anything else. Master Lu's face was full of anxiety. He couldn't sit still any longer. He wanted to find Feng Mu and see if he could change his mind. Now that Mu Yu's selection was confirmed, the remaining spots were much easier to handle. There was no shortage of culmination disciples and postnatal disciples, but it was different for carnate disciples. Before Mu Yu came, apart from Mu Cheng Hong, 2 out-of-body stage array masters were sent to replace the carnate disciples. Mu Yu knew both of them. One was Song Qingyu and the other was Ma Mingxuan. Although they were out-of-body stage cultivators, their understanding of array Dao was only at the level of culmination disciples. They were far from the carnate disciples of the Talisman sect. Therefore, they were defeated every year. This year, Mu Yu insisted on taking one of the spots. Everyone was more worried about him than they were looking forward to it. No one thought that Mu Yu could win against the 3 supreme immortals of the Talisman sect. Instead, they were worried about what would happen if Mu Yu was crippled. Given the Talisman sect style, they would definitely cripple Feng Mu and destroy his future array Dao. They would destroy the hope of the array Heavenly Dao. But if these people knew Mu Yu's true cultivation, it would be a headache. We still don't know who will cripple who. Mu Yu turned and left the array hall. Others only knew that he had been in seclusion for half a month in the Forbidden Forest, but only he knew how long he had been in there. Although he had been learning for a year, Mu Yu had not fully understood many of the array Dao's formations. He only learned some practical ones under the advice of array Heavenly Dao. He still had to figure out the rest by himself. Among all the array Dao, the one he relied on the most was the Sky Sword 9 Guides array Dao left behind by his master. The sword array was irreplaceable. He looked at the stairs in front of the array hall. There was nothing special about these stairs. Only when the array was activated, would they turn into the 8 trigrams heavenly stairs. Array Heavenly Dao was the same as him. He had passed the array hall's heavenly stairs in 8 steps. He was one of the few geniuses of the array sect. Thinking about array Heavenly Dao, Mu Yu felt a sense of melancholy. Most likely, none of the carnate array masters in the array sect knew that their respected ancestor, array Heavenly Dao, was not in a good state. Mu Yu thought about the experience of the past 20 days. Especially after he understood what the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao was, he finally understood what kind of genius array Heavenly Dao was. Array Heavenly Dao used his lifetime to create the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao. It was not as simple as simply stopping death. The reason why it was called the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao was because time flowed like water in this array. It was tangible and could be controlled. This could be said to be the greatest array to date. It was also the array that Mu Yu found the most unbelievable. In the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao used his own vital essence to forcefully change the flow of time. Mu Yu looked like he had only spent 20 days in there. But in reality, an entire year had passed. Last time, Mu Cheng Hong used an illusion array on Mu Yu. It looked like more than 2 hours had passed, but it was only an instant. It was an illusion array in one's mind. It did not actually change time. For example, the array tablet used to test the culmination disciples was just an illusion array. Everything actually happened in Mu Yu's mind. It was an illusion array. However, the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao was not an illusion array. It actually changed time. Array Heavenly Dao used a huge amount of spiritual energy to change the laws of time and bought Mu Yu a year's time. Being able to change the laws of time was heaven-defying. It had already crossed the bottom line of the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, it had to pay a heavy price. Just like the star overturning sky formation, Array Heavenly Dao had to bear the consequences. Now, not only was Array Heavenly Dao unable to move, he had even fallen into an unconscious state. The backlash from the flowing water on fingertips array Heavenly Dao caused him to fall into a deep sleep. Mu Yu had no idea when he would wake up. Chapter 450. Formation Heavenly Dao gave him 2 ways to break the 9 heavens sealing demon formation. The first way was to reach the tribulation stage and use one's powerful spiritual energy to break the formation directly. The formation Heavenly Dao Palace had great power. This was also one of the reasons why Mu Yu had to learn how to control it. However, without reaching the tribulation stage, he wouldn't be able to use the formation Heavenly Sealing Demon Formation. This meant that he still had a long way to go before he could break the formation. The other way was to kill. It was the same method as Mu Yuming and Spirit Lord Gomang. The killing aura would break the balance of the 5 elements in the 9 heavens sealing demon formation. This would cause the formation to break by itself. Now that he knew how to break the 9 heavens sealing demon formation, he wasn't happy. He already knew how to use the formation techniques needed to break the 9 heavens sealing demon formation. However, he couldn't use them with his current cultivation. This put him in a dilemma. Killing was obviously the easiest way. It was also the method that Mu Yu didn't like. Mu Yu, what do you plan to do? Little Shuai asked. Let's kill. It can be simpler, Long Ting said. Formation Heavenly Tao told Mu Yu the formation principles. Mu Yu also knew that killing was the formation's most direct weakness. However, would Deadwood Daddy agree to kill more people to save one person? No matter what I choose, I will kill Tian Bushi first. Mu Yu's eyes were cold. What Tian Buwai had done was unforgivable in Mu Yu's eyes. Mu Yu would definitely make him pay the price. Anyway, let's deal with the formation talisman competition first. The Sanchong Palace is supporting the Talisman Grandmaster. We can't let them have too much fun, Long Ting said. Mu Yu nodded. If he killed Tian Bushi, the entire Stargate wouldn't let him go. At that time, he would have to face the revenge of the entire Stargate. With the power of Stargate, it would be easy for them to hire some powerful extreme immortals to kill him. Only by increasing his cultivation could he ensure his own safety. If he reached the tribulation stage, not only could he remove the 9 heavens sealing demon formation and find a way to resurrect Deadwood Daddy, but he could also deal with all the extreme immortals who came to challenge him. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to reach the crossing calamity stage. Mu Yu arrived at the highest peak of the Array faction. Previously, he had only come here through Mu Chunghong's illusion technique, and had not personally come here. Now that he was at the top of the mountain, he could once again look down upon the entire Array sect. The feeling of being able to see the entire Array sect made his heart calm down. This was indeed a good place for him to calm down and think about how to deal with the catastrophe of the Array faction. Mu Chenghong sighed softly. His gaze was filled with endless melancholy, like a sentimental and elegant scholar. The sunlight shone down on him so smoothly, but it made him appear lonely. I will protect this place, Mu Yu said softly. The Tao of Array faction passed down all its knowledge to him, allowing him to get what he wanted. It also helped Mu Yu protect Deadwood Daddy's soul. In return, Mu Yu will help the Tao of Array faction protect this place. Mu Chenghong looked at Mu Yu in surprise. The melancholy in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a bright light. It was as if someone had lit up a lamp in his eyes. He looked at Mu Yu, and Mu Yu looked back at him. The two of them were calm and neither of them could read anything from the other's eyes. I understand. Mu Chenghong seemed to have changed into a different person. He was in high spirits and pointed his finger in the air. Array patterns flowed around his fingertip. He then said, Junior brother, when you have time, you should go take a look at the third array tablet. It's different from the previous two. The third array tablet. Ever since Mu Yu climbed the stairway with the 8 steps to the heavens, no one asked him to break the third array tablet and become a true Carnate disciple. Because there was no need. If someone who climbed the stairway with 8 steps wasn't considered a Carnate disciple, then who was? The array tablet was only used to test Zhongtian disciples who wanted to break through their own limits, not those who were already Carnate disciples. Mu Yu shook his head. I don't need to use the array tablet to prove my identity as a Carnate disciple. I am a Carnate disciple. Pausing, as if to emphasize something, he continued, just like you, I am a Carnate disciple of the Array faction. Mu Chenghong became lost again. His eyes became blurred again. Looking at the mountains and rivers of the Array faction, he sighed softly. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful something is, it will disappear in the river of time. Mu Chenghong stared at the sky in a daze. Mu Yu did not refute. Mu Chenghong had already made his decision. In Mu Chenghong's view, even if Mu Yu sensed something, the Array faction would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. A Jindan period Carnate disciple would not be able to change the situation. A Jindan period Carnate disciple would not be able to change anything. Mu Chenghong stood up and repeated with a smile. Let's go and take a look. His words were very simple, but they were mixed with many inexplicable meanings, but when Mu Yu wanted to think about it carefully, she couldn't say why. The array patterns around Mu Chenghong surged, wrapping his figure in the array patterns. He looked at Mu Yu again, a strange light in his eyes. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Then his figure slowly disappeared from the peak, leaving only Mu Yu to face the wind and ponder. Chapter 451. The advancement hall was enveloped by a mystical formation. Here, it was as if one was situated in the boundless starry sky of the universe. It was tranquil and mysterious. One could clearly see all the stars gently rotating around them. One could also see a star gradually lighting up. From time to time, one could even see a meteor streaking across the sky. One could even see a star being born. When Mu Yu first came to the advancement hall, he was also amazed by the mystical star array formations here. But now that he saw the star array formations in the sky again, he felt that it was so simple. He could even easily destroy this star array formation, or even make some changes to it to make it shine brighter. But at this moment, he was not the only one in the advancement hall. At some point, Master Lu had summoned all the Zhongtian disciples to the advancement hall, as if to announce something. Mu Yu was no longer a Zhongtian disciple, so he did not need to come here. When Mu Yu came in, Master Lu was the first to see him, and he immediately stopped his speech. All the Zhongtian disciples also turned their heads to look at Mu Yu. It's Feng Mu. What is he doing here? Isn't he a Xiantian disciple now? Why is he still here? I heard that a while ago, he was received by the Heavenly Array sect founder and went to the Forbidden Forest. He went to the Forbidden Forest? Heavens! What good luck! Whispers spread among the Zhongtian disciples, and everyone was talking about Mu Yu's arrival. The moment Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai saw Mu Yu, their faces darkened. Ever since the Seal sect's Mo Ziming failed to assassinate Mu Yu, they had not found another chance to do anything to Mu Yu. However, Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were not discouraged, because they understood that with just Feng Mu, it was impossible to turn the tide. The Array sect's destruction was irreversible. Once the Seal sect took over the Array sect, Feng Mu would also die. Feng Mu, you came at the right time. Everyone, cheer up. Learn from Feng Mu. This time, Feng Mu has already decided to represent our Array sect in the Array formation competition. His fearless attitude is exactly what you all lack. Feng Mu was the latest to join, but he is much stronger than all of you. All of you have to do your best in the talisman competition 3 days later. Regardless of whether or not you participated in the talisman competition, the spirit of the Array faction cannot be lost. You mustn't show any weakness in front of the talisman grandmaster. Do you understand? Master Lu said to everyone in a clear voice. Yes. This disciple will bear this in mind. After all the disciples heard Master Lu's words, they felt a burst of surprise. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. Feng Mu wants to participate in the talisman competition among Xiantian disciples? Although I admit that he is very talented, he is only at the cultivation level of the Jindan period. How can he be compared to the carnate disciples of the Talisman sect? Exactly. The 3 innate realm disciples of the Talisman sect are all on the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. They are all at the out-of-body stage. Can Feng Mu's cultivation during the Jindan period be compared with him? Everyone felt that Feng Mu had really gone mad. No matter how talented he was, it was no different from throwing an egg against a talisman grandmaster when he was only at the gold core stage. He was overestimating himself. Was Feng Mu seeking death? Quiet, Feng Mu is participating in the talisman competition among Xiantian disciples. The most important thing is not winning or losing, but the spirit to challenge the strong. What are you talking about? If you don't have the heart to challenge the strong, how can you go further in the array Dao? Master Lu reprimanded. No one dared to speak again. They were all secretly looking at Mu Yu, their faces full of doubts. As far as they were concerned, Feng Mu was just trying to show off. Master Lu asked gently, Feng Mu, today I gathered all the Zhongtian disciples to let them know what to pay attention to in the talisman competition 3 days later. What business do you have here? Mu Yu swept his gaze over the people around him, and a thought suddenly struck him. He suddenly thought of something. The talisman sect had sent a total of 57 spies at the level of Zhongtian disciples, and 16 of them had already become Zhongtian array masters. In other words, 41 of the 300-plus Zhongtian disciples present were spies. If he could set up a huge soul array here, and control all the Zhongtian disciples, wouldn't he be able to catch them all in one fell swoop? Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai both had the god-vanquishing talisman in their bodies, so they could not be controlled. At that time, it would be fine as long as he did not control them. Replying to Master, this disciple is here to ask Master for some advice. Mu Yu wanted to set up a huge soul array, but with his own strength, he could not do it. He would have to rely on Master Lu's cultivation to do it. When Master Lu heard that Mu Yu was looking for him, he immediately became serious. Obviously, in his opinion, Mu Yu's matter was much more important than these Zhongtian disciples. Therefore, he turned to all the Zhongtian disciples and said, all of you can go back first. Luo Feilong, Ji Wenkai and Cheng Zhuo, the 3 of you must prepare yourselves in the next few days, and try to defeat the talisman sect's people in the talisman array competition. Luo Feilong, Ji Wenkai and Cheng Zhuo, just like last year's talisman array competition, this year it was the same 3 people. With Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai here, how could the array faction win the talisman array competition? Cheng Zhuo looked at Mu Yu with a strange expression, then looked at Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. He knew that Mu Yu was not simple, and he also knew that Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were spies from the talisman sect. However, he did not understand what Mu Yu was going to do. But he was just a weak Zhongtian disciple, and could not help much. Yes. This disciple will take his leave. All the Zhongtian disciples quickly left one after another, leaving only Master Lu and Mu Yu in the advancement hall. In the starry sky, the last array tablet still stood proudly, while the other 2 were shattered. Feng Mu, why are you looking for me? Master Lu asked. Mu Yu pondered for a long time. He had already decided to tell Master Lu about the spies from the talisman sect, so he said, replying to Master Lu, this disciple came here to tell Master Lu some important news. Mu Yu told Master Lu about the spies among the Zhongtian disciples of the array faction, and also about the 2 spies among the Xiantian array masters. His voice was very calm, but Master Lu's heart was in turmoil and he was very surprised. Feng Mu, is this true? You must not joke about this matter. Master Lu frowned, not believing Mu Yu's words. Because Mu Yu's words were too unbelievable. How could there be no movement from the talisman sect when there were so many spies? Master Lu, if I may be so bold as to ask, who is in charge of the new Zhongtian disciples when they enter the sect? Mu Yu asked. You will know after you pass the test of the array gate. This matter cannot be faked. The sect has arranged for a special Zhongtian array master to take care of this matter, Master Lu said. But did any of you know that I passed the 8th hexagram in the array gate? Mu Yu asked indifferently. If even he could sneak in so easily, it would not be difficult for the spies of the talisman sect to sneak in. What? You passed the 8th hexagram? How is that possible? Other than the heavenly array master, no one else has passed the 8th hexagram. You. Master Lu's eyes widened. But that's not right. If someone passes the 6th hexagram, all of us Xiantian array masters will know. This is a big matter, and the array gate will remind everyone. I chose to pass the hexagram in the face of death. Who else knows about this matter? Mu Yu asked calmly. Pass the hexagram in the face of death? You chose both the gate of life and the gate of death at the same time? Master Lu sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Mu Yu in shock. Then why didn't you continue? Passing the 8th hexagram consumed too much of my energy, so I didn't think much of it at the time and didn't continue, Mu Yu said casually. It was not that he did not have the energy to continue, but that he had no intention of continuing. Heavens! No wonder you were valued by the Patriarch. Not only did you achieve the 8 steps to heaven, but you also passed the 8th hexagram like the Patriarch, Master Lu exclaimed. Usually, Xiantian array masters only cared about the cultivation of Xiantian disciples and did not care much about the Zhongtian disciples. Therefore, they did not even know that someone had chosen to pass the hexagram in the face of death. Fortunately, this person was Mu Yu. If it was any other new disciple, then no matter how talented they were, they would probably never be able to make a name for themselves under the hands of Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. They would be killed in the cradle. Do you really think that there is no Xiantian disciple in the array sect for 10 years because there is no successor? You are wrong. I think that every time someone passes the 5th hexagram and wants to pass the 6th hexagram, they will be stopped by the spies of the talisman sect. They will only let them become Zhongtian disciples and then secretly frame them, directly ending their achievements in the array Dao. Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Every year, countless people came to the array sect to participate in the array sect's assessment. It was impossible that there was no Xiantian disciple. The main reason was that these Xiantian array masters were negligent in the management of the array sect's assessment. If no one passed the 6th hexagram, they would not be alarmed. This gave the spies of the talisman sect an opportunity to take advantage of. At that time, Mu Yu had only broken through 4 trigrams. So, he didn't continue. Therefore, he didn't attract the attention of Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. If he had continued to break through, Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai would have come looking for him. Master Lu's face turned red after hearing Mu Yu's words. He was afraid that the array sect's failure in the past 10 years was not because they could not recruit Xiantian disciples, but because they had missed the opportunity to recruit Xiantian disciples because of the spies of the talisman sect. If they could personally supervise the array sect's assessment, the array sect would not be in such a predicament today. Even their only Xiantian disciple was a spy of the talisman sect. According to the frequency of recruiting 2 Xiantian disciples a year, at least 20 Xiantian disciples were framed by Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, causing them to become ordinary people. This is a huge loss, isn't it? Mu Yu's words were very harsh, but they were the truth. The appearance of 2 Xiantian disciples a year was only a conservative estimate. Master Lu looked very depressed. This matter made him feel very sad. It turned out that this was the reason why there was no Xiantian disciple in the array sect for so many years. These Xiantian array masters usually only cared about going out to deal with other sects, but neglected the situation of their disciples. This was a serious dereliction of duty. I might believe you when you say that Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai are spies of the talisman sect. After all, what they did was not right. But how could Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian be spies? Although Sichu Yangtian and I don't get along, I know his character very well. He can't be a spy of the talisman sect. Master Lu shook his head and said, and Mu Chenghong, he's the only Xiantian disciple of our array sect. How could he be a spy of the talisman sect? Master Lu still wanted to grasp at the last straw. Mu Yu had already expected that Master Lu would not believe him so easily. It was too outrageous to say that there was a spy, not to mention that it involved a Xiantian array master and a Xiantian disciple. Mu Yu's biggest headache was that he had no evidence. But at this moment, with the cover of the array Heavenly Dao, evidence did not seem so important. In the array Heavenly Dao, the words of the array Heavenly Dao represented supreme authority and no one dared to question it. The ancestral master told me to ask for your help. That's why he gave me this ancestral token. Mu Yu took out the ancestral token and a majestic aura swept out again, making Master Lu's heart palpitate and making him believe him even more. Seeing the ancestral token was like seeing the array Heavenly Dao. Mu Yu's words represented the will of the array Heavenly Dao, so Master Lu did not dare to question it. Master Lu gritted his teeth and said, "All right, we'll first set up a soul formation in the advancement hall and ferret out all the spies of the culmination disciples. Then we'll know if Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian are spies. However, if you want to control all the culmination disciples at once, you'll need a lot of soul wood. Where are you going to get it?" If it was really because of their dereliction of duty that the array Heavenly Tao had no successor, then he had to find a way to make up for it. Getting rid of the pests was the top priority. Mu Yu smiled faintly. "That's not a problem. The soul formation was a very complicated array. Because there were too many people needed to control it, it could not be used as a movement array. The advancement hall was where all the culmination disciples gathered, and it was the most convenient place to set up the soul formation, ensuring that all the culmination disciples would be under Mu Yu's control. Mu Yu had come to the advancement hall for the third array tablet, but after he found a way to control the culmination disciples, he chose to postpone the matter of the array tablet. No matter what Mu Chenghong wanted to tell him, it was not as important as ferreting out all the spies. The soul formation was very complicated, and it was not like the soul talisman used by the talisman Grandmaster Mo Ziming, which had a time limit. The soul talisman could be controlled for about 4 hours, after which it would lose its effect. However, the soul formation was different. As long as one entered the soul formation, they would be imprinted with an array seal, and no matter where they went, they would be controlled. As long as the soul formation was not destroyed, they would not be able to escape the control. Such a terrifying array formation went against all logic, and was listed as a forbidden array by the array faction, and was not allowed to be used. The soul formation that Master Lu knew of also had the flaw of a short time limit, and the perfect soul formation was only known to the array Heavenly Tao and Mu Yu. Mu Yu would not display the perfect soul formation. With Master Lu's help, the array runes spread throughout the advancement hall, but this array formation was flawed and incomplete. Mu Yu had promised the array Heavenly Tao that he would not display the complete soul formation, in case it fell into the hands of the 3 heavenly palaces. As long as Mu Yu ferreted out the spies, he would not need to rely on this array formation, and could secretly place the soul wood in their bodies to control them. As for whether or not the soul wood would suck away their lives, Mu Yu did not want to consider it. Against spies, there was no need to be soft-hearted. Setting up the soul formation took Master Lu and Mu Yu almost an entire day, before Master Lu once again gathered all the culmination disciples and array masters to the advancement hall. Chapter 452. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were both sent away by Master Lu. Because of the god-vanquishing talisman in their bodies, they could not be controlled. When the Zhongtian disciples and the Zhongtian array masters arrived at the advancement hall, they were all a little confused, because Master Lu had already explained many things yesterday, and they did not understand why he had gathered everyone together again. Besides Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, is everyone here? Master Lu swept his gaze over all the Zhongtian disciples and Zhongtian array masters, counting the number of people in passing. "Master Lu, may I ask what important matter you have gathered us here today?" Song Qingyu could not help but ask. Normally, the Zhongtian array masters did not need to come here, so he did not understand why they had to be here today. Master Lu motioned for him to be quiet, then said, "The reason I have gathered everyone here today is naturally for the array formation competition in 2 days. There are some things I need to confirm with everyone." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Master Lu, waiting for him to continue. But Master Lu did not speak at this time, instead his hands began to form a complicated series of hand seals. "Master Lu, I'll have to trouble you." Mu Yu's figure appeared in the corner, and the ground of the advancement hall suddenly lit up with a series of golden runes, instantly enveloping all the Zhongtian disciples and Zhongtian array masters. What's going on? Many people looked at all this in confusion, but as Master Lu's fingers continued to strike the runes, a series of seals flew out from the runes, merging into the bodies of all the Zhongtian disciples and Zhongtian array masters. The eyes of all the Zhongtian disciples and Zhongtian array masters immediately dimmed, without any emotion, and their faces were extremely calm. With Master Lu's help, They were all controlled by Mu Yu's soul array, losing their own consciousness. Mu Yu controlled the soul wood in the middle of the array, and all the runes were centered around the soul wood. After the runes had merged into everyone's bodies, the soul wood had already taken control of everyone's consciousness. With Master Lu's help, Mu Yu quickly scanned through everyone's memories. So it's you pests. In just a moment, Mu Yu had already picked out 55 spies from the Talisman sect. Including Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai who were not present, there were exactly 57 spies. Without saying a word, he directly gathered all the spies in a group and asked, one by one, tell me your identities and the plan to attack the array sect. The Zhongtian disciple at the front of the group stood up, his eyes lifeless as he said, my name is Zhong Rui, formerly known as Zhong Yun. I am a spy sent by the Talisman sect. I am responsible for destroying the array faction's offensive and defensive array formations during the array formation competition. My name is Bai Jun, and my original name is Zhao Qing. I am in charge of ringing the bell that day. My mission is to ensure that no matter what happens, the bell will not ring, so that the sound of an enemy invasion will not be transmitted to the ears of all the array faction disciples. I array sects. My name is Wan Yong. My original name was Wan San. I was in charge of assisting the Hutian disciples' team leader, Wei Jun, to kill the Hutian array master on duty. My name is Kang Yuan, formerly known as Kang Xin. I am in charge of eliminating all the illusory arrays in the array faction, allowing the disciples of the Talisman faction to freely seize the cultivation grounds of the array faction's Zhongtian disciples and control the entrance to the array faction. The 54 spies began to speak in an orderly manner about how they would act as spies for the Talisman sect during the Talisman formation competition, how they would destroy the array sect's protective formation, how they would act as sentries, and how they would conceal themselves. Every single action was extremely detailed. After each spy reported their mission, Master Lu's face sank a bit. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. Talisman Grandmaster's plan was simply perfect to the extreme. Coupled with the fact that everyone would place their attention on the day of the Talisman competition, this plan could be said to be flawless. According to their method, they can really break through the outer defenses of our array faction. Master Lu's expression was incomparably solemn. After careful consideration, he was shocked to discover that the Talisman Grandmaster's invasion could completely destroy most of the array faction's mountain gates, leaving only the core area with the array hall as the center. These are just insignificant caterpillars. When the time comes, Mu Chenghong and Sichu Yangtian will act as spies in the array hall and the entire array faction will be taken over by the Talisman Grandmaster. Mu Yu said sternly. The array hall was the core line of defense of the array faction. As long as the array hall was not breached, the array faction would not be destroyed. The Talisman Grandmaster clearly intended to use Sichu Yangtian and Mu Chenghong. When the time came, everyone in the array faction would retreat into the array hall. These two spies would work together with the Talisman Grandmaster and easily break through the array hall and destroy the array faction. This won't do. We must inform the sect master of this. Master Lu's face was filled with anger. He never expected that there would be so many spies among the Zhongtian disciples. Some of them were even Zhongtian array masters. I already know. Zhuge Xiaoxing appeared in the advancement hall with a heavy expression. When he saw the familiar faces of the Zhongtian disciples and Zhongtian array masters, he sighed heavily. However, Mu Chenghong is a disciple that Sichu Yangtian brought back from the outside. He's usually the closest to Mu Chenghong. I'm afraid that this spy is Sichu Yangtian. That's right. Sichu Yangtian has always disliked Feng Mu ever since he found out about Feng Mu's talent. Who would believe that he's not guilty? Master Lu said with righteous indignation. Usually, Sichu Yangtian would always mock and ridicule Mu Yu. This alone was enough to prove that he was right. Zhuge Xiaoxing shook his head and said, if we can't be 100% sure that it's Sichu Yangtian, we can't tell everyone about this. If it's not Sichu Yangtian, We'll alert the enemy. We'll go to the array hall and set up the soul array later. The soul arrays we have now all have flaws in controlling time, so this soul array can only be activated when we help Feng Mu control the array hall that day. We just need to control them. Mu Yu had promised Array Heavenly Dao not to reveal the complete soul array. If he used the complete soul array, he would need to rely on Zhuge Xiaosheng or Master Lu's ability. Both of them would know the complete soul array. It wasn't that Mu Yu didn't believe that Zhuge Xiaosheng and Master Lu wouldn't be able to keep the secret, but he was worried that the array guardians of the Triple Palace would use terrifying methods to control the two of them and reveal the complete soul array. That would lead to a huge mistake. As for Mu Yu himself, he wouldn't be controlled at all. The soul wood was ineffective against him. Since they couldn't use the complete soul array, they could only rely on the flawed soul array. This array could only be activated after Talisman Grandmaster revealed his true identity to resist Talisman Grandmaster's plan. Then what should we do with these people? Kill them all? Master Lu looked at these Zhongtian disciples with a face full of regret. Some of them were people he valued very much, but he didn't expect them to be spies. No, we need to lure the wolf into the house, then close the door and beat the dog. Mu Yu's eyes flashed with a black and white light. Since Talisman Grandmaster has been scheming for so long, how can we let his plan fail? They've always coveted the Array Sect's foundation and secretly used tricks. Now it's time for the Array Sect to collect some interest. This time, we must make them pay the price. Feng Mu, what do you plan to do? Zhuge Xiaosheng asked. Array Heavenly Dao left everything to Mu Yu. Mu Yu was the spokesperson of Array Heavenly Dao. Zhuge Xiaosheng had no choice but to refer to Mu Yu's words. Chapter 453. The Array Talisman competition was a major event and all the disciples of the Array faction treated it seriously. It was related to the reputation of the Array faction and the Talisman faction. For the past few years, the Array faction had been defeated and mocked by the Talisman faction. Every disciple of the Array faction was filled with anger. After all, the spies sent by the Talisman faction were only a small part of the Array faction. Most of the Array faction disciples had a strong sense of belonging to the Array faction. Although they usually listened to Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, many of them would not betray the Array faction. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai's mission was not to instigate the Array faction disciples but to suppress them so that the Array faction could not develop. Therefore, they would not instigate anyone to betray the Array faction, let alone reveal their identities as spies of the Talisman faction. Today, the Talisman faction would bring their disciples to the Array faction to participate in the Array Talisman competition. The 19 Xiantian Array Masters led by Zhuge Xiaosheng were already waiting at the Array faction's guest welcoming peak. The Array faction's guest welcoming peak was used by the Array faction to receive visitors. The guest welcoming peak was filled with scattered courtyards and various mysterious arrays. Regardless of the size of the visitors, they would be received here. The core of the Array faction was the Array Hall. Therefore, they would never place the Array Hall as the Array welcoming peak was too important. It also hid great secrets and could not be easily set foot in by outsiders. The guest welcoming peak was not located in the core area of the Array faction. It was only near the border. However, one could see the vast and magnificent Array Hall floating in mid-air from the guest welcoming peak. The sky stairs surrounding the simple and unadorned Array Hall had begun to disperse and revolve around the Array Hall. It looked unique from afar. Dong, dong. The melodious sound of the green bell spread throughout the Array faction. The green bell rang twice, indicating that an important guest had arrived. All the disciples of the Array faction could not be negligent. However, the bell that welcomed the guests today was actually slightly unnecessary. Everyone knew about the Talisman formation competition since a long time ago. Moreover, in the eyes of all the disciples of the Talisman sect, the members of the Talisman sect weren't important guests at all. They were only formidable old enemies. Haha. Sect leader Zhuge, long time no see. How have you been? A hearty laughter rolled over from afar. Shortly after, a few ripples spread out in the air. A yellow and exquisite talisman paper transformed from the ripples and grew with the wind. Very quickly, it transformed into a huge talisman paper. It was like a talisman door, and various talisman markings were engraved on it. After that, the talisman markings started to flicker. Over 10 figures slowly walked out from the talisman door and floated in midair. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He was dignified, and his every movement revealed the bearing of a superior. The middle-aged man's aura was restrained, and his eyes flashed with a deep yellow light. He stood there, and no one dared to underestimate him. This person was the sect master of the talisman sect, Chang Tiancheng. Sect leader Chang, please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at Chang Tiancheng and smiled. He cupped his hands and bowed, but there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Chang Tiancheng had definitely come prepared this time. Not only did he want to humiliate the disciples of the Array faction in the talisman competition, but he also wanted to seize the foundation of the Array faction after the competition. Zhuge Xiaosheng was very polite on the surface, but his heart was filled with hatred. Behind Chang Tiancheng stood 3 carnate talisman masters at the spirit-severing stage. These 3 talisman masters had extraordinary auras, and they looked leisurely. When their gazes landed on the 19 carnate array masters of the Array faction, they still had a provocative look on their faces. They were arrogant and did not take the carnate array masters of the Array faction seriously at all. One of them was the carnate talisman master that Mu Yu had met before. He was also the contact of the talisman sect spy in the Array faction, Zhu Jinglin. Behind the 3 celestial masters were 9 young men with different auras. 3 of them were particularly eye-catching. One of them was Mo Ziming, the genius of the talisman sect who had wanted to assassinate Mu Yu. He was ranked 71st on the Supreme Immortal ranking. The other person was called Jiang Xiangdi. She was a graceful woman with slanted eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her thin lips were slightly curved, and she had an unconcealable charm. She had an extremely arrogant expression and looked down on everyone. She was ranked 75th on the Supreme Immortal ranking and was an incarnate disciple of the Talisman sect. The young man in the middle was as cold as ice and did not smile. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and he was like a snowy mountain that made people stay away from him. His name was Ling Zheng, and he was ranked 67th on the Supreme Immortal ranking, which was even higher than Mu Chenghong. Among the other 6 young men, 3 of them were at the Jindan stage, while the other 3 were at the nascent soul stage. They were also from the Talisman sect who had come to participate in the Array Talisman competition. All of them more or less had an inexplicable sense of superiority on their faces. At the same time, they had an unconcealable attitude and were extremely arrogant. It was no wonder that the people from the Talisman sect were so arrogant. The Array faction had declined in recent years and had no successor. There were a total of 19 carnate array masters, and one of them was loyal to the Talisman sect. In addition, the only carnate disciple of the Array faction, Mu Chenghong, was a spy of the Talisman sect. How could the Array faction fight with them? In their opinion, the destruction of the Array faction was already a fact. Sect leader Zhuge, I've heard that a talented Xiantian realm disciple has appeared in your sect. It's really worth celebrating. Chang Tiancheng looked at Zhuge Xiaosheng with a fake smile. At the same time, he glanced at everyone present. However, other than the 19 carnate array masters, there was no one else. Even Mu Chenghong was not present. Thank you, sect leader Chang. My useless disciple is far inferior to the 3 of you. Fortunately, Mu Chenghong is able to take on the heavy responsibility of the Array faction. Zhuge Xiaosheng smiled politely. When he talked about Mu Chenghong, he was angry and regretful. If not for his identity, Mu Chenghong was indeed the hope of the Array faction. Martial nephew Mu's talent is indeed a role model for the younger generation. I hope that martial nephew Mu can lead the Array faction to rise. Speaking of which, the Array faction has not defeated us in the Array Talisman competition for 10 years, right? I hope this year is not the 11th year. Chang Tiancheng sneered. Zhuge Xiaosheng's face was very ugly. This blatant mockery made him, the sect leader, blush slightly. However, this was also a fact. Every year, there would be 9 rounds in the array talisman competition. The team that won the most rounds would be considered the winner. The array faction had only won 2 or 3 rounds in the past few years. With the spies in the sect and the decline of the young disciples, the array faction had been unable to raise its head. Even though he hated the members of the talisman sect to the bone, he couldn't shed all pretenses before the members of the talisman sect gave themselves away. In his opinion, Feng Mu's plan to beat them at their own game was flawless. Once the talisman sect made a move, what awaited them would definitely be a storm of attack. Sect leader Chang, you don't have to worry about this. With Mu Chenghong and Feng Mu, we will surpass them sooner or later. Zhuge Xiaosheng said. Their gazes collided in the air as if invisible sparks were burning. Then, both of them sneered in their hearts. Chang Tiancheng laughed in his heart. Old Zhuge, do you really think Mu Chenghong is your man? After I take down your array faction, you will know why you die. Zhuge Xiaosheng also felt endless coldness. Do you really think I don't know Mu Chenghong's true identity? I want to see what you can do to my array faction. The two sect leaders had different thoughts. On the surface, they were polite to each other, but in their hearts, they wanted to kill each other. Zhuge Xiaosheng knew that there must be a large number of people from the talisman sect hiding outside the array faction. There were even some self-cultivators from the Stargate. These people were all eyeing the array faction covetously. As long as Chang Tiancheng gave the order, they would attack the array faction with the help of the spies. The talisman sect and the Stargate had been plotting for a long time. They were also aggressive. Now that the array faction was weakened and 2 spies had infiltrated, it could be said that they were facing internal and external troubles. They could only rely on Feng Mu to get through this crisis. Chang Tiancheng looked at the ancient and solemn array hall in the distance. Even though he looked down on array Dao, he couldn't help but admire the array hall. The array hall could be said to be the supreme masterpiece of array Dao. It was once the symbol of the array talisman sect. However, after the array talisman sect was separated, it fell into the hands of the array faction. It was rumored that the array hall used to be called the array talisman hall. It was a collection of the world's most profound array and talisman skills. However, the array faction had already occupied it for hundreds of years. The people from the talisman sect had always treated the array hall as their treasure and wanted to take it back. In the past, they didn't dare to take it back because of the existence of the array heavenly Dao. The talisman sect didn't have a genius like the array heavenly Dao. However, now that they had the support of the Stargate and knew that the array heavenly Dao couldn't even protect himself, the array hall was already in their bag. The array hall is really majestic and domineering. It should have a good owner and shouldn't be buried. Chang Tiancheng chuckled. He didn't hide his desire to take it for himself. Sima Zhishin knew that Chang Tiancheng had already dared to brazenly say these words. It indeed has a good owner. There's no need for Sect Master Chang to worry about the things of the array faction. Zhuge Xiaosheng suppressed the anger in his heart. Chang Tiancheng's tone was as if the talisman sect was the master of the array faction. How shameless. Master Lu sneered at the side. Our array faction's array hall is profound and only the fated ones can occupy it. It's not like those fancy paper skills in Who. They can't even be seen on the stage but still want to eat swan meat. Master Lu, you're right. The array hall is occupied by the fated ones. However, the fated ones will also reach the end of their fate one day. Don't you think so? Zhu Jinglin stood up and met Master Lu's gaze. His eyes flickered with a strange light, piercing straight into Master Lu's eyes. Master Lu only felt a blur in front of his eyes, but soon returned to normal. He frowned and stared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. Zhu Jinglin had snatched many of the array faction's businesses from him and Master Lu was still brooding over it. I think it's getting late. Why don't we rest for a while and see the results of the talisman competition tomorrow? Chang Tiancheng said. Before he seized all of the Array faction's businesses, he had to ruthlessly defeat the Array faction in the talisman competition and let them understand that the talisman sect was the king now. That's good. Junior brother Lu, send someone to bring them to rest, Zhuge Xiaoxing said indifferently. Follow closely. Don't lose track of them. Master Lu glanced at the talisman sect and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. A dazzling formation pattern flickered and he disappeared on the spot. His speed was very fast. He purposely wanted to take the Array faction down a notch. This Master Lu is really good at treating his guest. Chang Tiancheng sneered. Then, he waved his hand and swept up his disciples. He turned into a stream of light and followed Master Lu. The talisman competition hadn't started yet, but both sides were already secretly competing. Zhuge Xiaoxing didn't have any hope for tomorrow's talisman competition. Mu Chenghong was a spy from the talisman sect and Feng Mu only had the cultivation of the Jindan period. The remaining Song Qingyu was no match for any of the 3 innate stage disciples from the talisman sect. As for the Zhongtian disciples, in order not to alert the enemy, he still sent the 2 spies, Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. It was simply a pipe dream for the Array faction to win the talisman competition. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.